shaping our nation. From the streets of Harare to the world stage, Current Affairs brings you the stories that matter most to Zimbabweans. Don't miss out on our in-depth coverage of local and international issues, expert analysis, and thought-provoking discussions. ZBC Current Affairs, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Stay informed, stay engaged, and stay ahead.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to you, and thank you so much for joining us on this live broadcast of the 2025 Defence Forces Day celebrations taking place here in the nation's capital. We are broadcasting live from our Pockets Hill studios. Now, this day is set aside in August to honour Zimbabwe's armed forces and appreciate the role that they play in defending the sovereignty of this great nation. Now, the national holiday is celebrated a day after Heroes Day, as well as also witnessed the event taking place yesterday at the National Heroes Acre. Now, this is one of the most important events on Zimbabwe's calendar, as we also get to learn about several duties that our armed forces partake of on and off duty. Now, on this day, Zimbabwe also celebrates the dedication our country's armed forces play in protecting national duty and maintaining peace and order in the country. Now, this year's Defence Forces Day celebrations are being held at Rufaro Stadium in Mbare, where thousands of people are expected to gather to witness the celebrations, and the masses will also get a chance to see the displays by the armed forces and the Zimbabwe National Army. Now, the 2025 Defence Forces Day is being held under the theme Zimbabwe Defence Forces Guaranteeing Peace and Stability for the Attainment of Vision 2030. Looking forward to be touching on quite a few areas during the course of our live broadcast. Also, take advantage of our social media platform at ZBC News Online. Send us your questions, send us your comments, send us your contributions during the course of this live broadcast. I'm also looking forward to our discussions in studio today, where I'm currently joined by Zimbabwe National Army Colonel Ananias Hovio Mtati, and looking forward to some of his sentiments that will be shared as we progress during the course of the program. Colonel, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you very much.
Now, I do appreciate that you were also with us earlier on Good Morning Zimbabwe. So a day's duty fully well applied on your behalf. Thank you so much for that. Let's start off by the significance of today, the day that follows the celebration of our heroes, in tandem with the role that the Zimbabwe National Army plays today. It seems as though that this particular holiday brings together the past, but also reminding us of the current in terms of extending ourselves going forward. Maybe you could just share with us very briefly on how significant this day is.
Sure. I would want to say that this day is very significant to the Defence Forces and to the nation at large. This is we are saying today we are celebrating 45 years of our independence. But most important, I'm happy to say that we have celebrated this day in Rufaro Stadium.
Right.
Why Rufaro Stadium? Why I take it so significant is because of the historical linkage that we put on Rufaro Stadium, particularly when we raised our flag in 1980, bringing down the Union Jack.
Right.
And this is when we are saying this is the time that we saw the formation of the Zimbabwe National Army that we have today.
Right.
So over the period of time, for the past 45 years, we have been working in close liaison with all other government ministries to also develop ourselves and also develop and contribute to the development of the country as the armed forces.
Right.
We have maintained our position and maintained proper security for our nation in line with the Constitution of Zimbabwe.
Right.
Because we are mandated by the Constitution under Section 212.
Right.
Yes.
The privilege of having you here makes me want to indulge in a history lesson. When we look at the Zimbabwe National Army, its amalgamation, if I understand it well, came from three collectives: the Rhodesian Defence Forces, the Zimbabwe National Liberation Army, and the Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army. Maybe you could give us an appreciation of how that amalgamation contributed towards what we now refer to as the Zimbabwe National Army.
Thank you very much. That's a very pertinent question indeed. When we came in 1980, we had the three warring factions, correct? which is Zanla, Zipra, and the then Rhodesian Army, which was a very small component, of course, of about 20,000. Whilst the two ex-fighters, we contributed about 70,000.
Right.
Yes. And that then brought us to form the Zimbabwe National Army that we have today. Right, maybe for history purposes, for you to understand, we had to reduce in numbers to conform with the economy of the country by that time. Because the country could not sustain a total of about 90,000 fighters at that time. So we continued to move in tandem with the developments. Today we are at another strength, tomorrow we are at another strength. We continue to move up and down in relation to the threat that we see. The threat, global threats or regional threats. So that's about our history. The three warring factions formed the nucleus of the Zimbabwe National Army. And over the period of time, we have seen people going out, natural wastage, resignations, retirements, and so on. And we have since injected in new blood. New blood is not only about blood, but we're also bringing new ideas, new innovations, and we are moving with time.
That's it. Before we move with time, because we've got some time today, Colonel, let's take it back again. The Zimbabwe National Army now comes together. The amalgamation takes place. And at that particular point in time, it also finds itself playing its first regional role in being able to contribute towards not only stability within the region, but what was yet to become the SADC region. Maybe you just very briefly give us the history that led us from their engagements in Mozambique and then extending all the way up to what we appreciated as the time within the DRC.
Thank you very much. I want to say, when we got independent in 1980, our first challenge was in Mozambique, of course. We had to protect our lifeline. The Beira corridor, the Chikwalakwala corridor, and the Tetesobwe route. We had to deploy there as an army. By then, I think you are aware that we had not yet been formed or amalgamated to have a single chain of command or single command, which came into being in 1994 when we had the Zimbabwe Defense Forces as to fall under a single command in 1994. Then, so as the Zimbabwe National Army was operating in Mozambique, particularly to protect our lifeline, because it was to try and move all our goods through the Beira corridor, which is shorter and less expensive. And it was also inviting other partners within the region to use the same route. And anyone would also always want something that is cheaper. And indeed, our colleagues within the region also brought in their goods. And this is why we now saw Renamo coming in, disturbing our lifeline. And we had no option but to go in. Fine. Then after going in, time moving, we now had the experience now. Mind you, we are talking of guerrilla tactics and the regular tactics of those Rhodesian guys who had been factored into the force. Now we are more experienced then. Then we saw our first deployments going in abroad. First to Somalia, we went to Rwanda, we went to Angola, and of late, I think the last one that you know, which made noise, of course, was the DRC campaign of 1998, when people thought Kinshasa had been taken, but we were there.
If I could hold you there, when you said people thought Kinshasa was taken, I'd also like to extend the history lesson to the legendary role that is being attributed to the Zimbabwe Defense Forces in holding the Kinshasa airport with the rebels at that particular period in time. Maybe you could once again, Moby, just slightly give us an appreciation of the role we played in strategically holding that particular place.
So I want to comment and say our commanders then thought wisely and deployed at the right time and at the right place. When the rebels thought they were going to capture Kinshasa, it was not possible because we had held in the strategic points that made sure that Kinshasa was going to be kept alive. And so we did. I remember I was listening to some commentary from the British, and they were saying, no, that Zimbabwe National Army is a ragtag army. They will not get there. They were making a lot of comments, derogatory comments about us, thinking that we are just a ragtag army. No, we are not. We are not. And I can tell you, we are very marketable even across the region. And we have also gained recognition and respect globally. And I can say that with confidence.
That's it. Appreciating that recognition globally. Of course, the last campaign being in the DRC in the mid-90s, we have also found ourselves maybe not playing a direct role, but also still playing a critical role as SADC chair with the current instability that is within the DRC. I'm sure that highlights once again the key role that the Zimbabwe Defense Forces does play in contributing towards a regional security.
I think there's something that is very key in understanding that Zimbabwe, before we got independence, remember we had the frontline states that were supporting our liberation struggle. That those frontline states transformed into the then Southern African Development Community Conference, right? Which then transformed into SADC that we have today. Right. We've played a role, a critical role, particularly in other areas we've been direct, like in the DRC we went indirect, but in other areas we give advice. Right. We also second observers and advisors to such missions to ensure that we continue to contribute to peace and stability within the region as Zimbabwe. So I would want to say our role is recognized internationally.
Right.
Yes.
I do want to bring us to the local role, the role that the Zimbabwe National Army plays. And I will get back to our issues of sovereignty a bit later. But I want to get into community. It is this particular period in time that the Zimbabwe National Army ensures that it plays its philanthropic role of serving communities and in current positions of leaving no one and no place behind. Maybe you could expand a bit on the current initiatives that the Zimbabwe National Army has undertaken to ensure that it upholds that mantra.
Thank you very much. In terms of the Constitution, our primary role is the defense of this country. But we have got secondary roles. One such secondary role is that community assistance that we must provide. So we've gone out in those areas that have been marginalized before, areas that have been left behind, and we are saying we are there for them. We are building schools, we are building hostels for school children, but of late I have even seen schools in towns. You see, SDAs, SDCs in towns, they also group their equipment and say, no, we've got our equipment, we request the army to come up. And we have used this month, particularly the Defense Forces Week, to say, this is what we did for you over the years. I also want you to understand that among these roles, I think you are aware that we are carrying out some demining exercises. Yes, we have got demining taking place in the areas of Dumisa and Nyasudu, in the northern part of our country. Dumisa is in the southern part of our country. We are trying to reclaim the lands. We are reclaiming our land so that the land can be used progressively. Right. We need to reclaim that land so that people can use that for development. People can then plant, those who want to plant. People can also travel and walk without fear. Right. Why? Because all that area was mined before. To try and prevent young boys and girls from crossing into neighboring countries and join the armed struggle. Right. So it's part of what we are doing now to the nation. We are giving back to the community. We are saying, you helped us to come to where we are. Because for us to win the war against the Rhodesians, it was because we got the support from the civilians. Right. And the same civilians were now victims of that system. Right. And so we are saying the system went away, but let us help each other and reclaim the land. After reclaiming the land, we can then reuse that land for development of our country. And we are sure that we are going to attain Vision 2030 as per the President's clarion call. Right. That we don't want to leave anyone behind, and let's all develop and move everybody with us. Right. Yes. You also did speak of work that you're also doing within the urban areas, most notably within schools. I will recall coverage of a Warren Park 6 school, which now won't be going through hot seating anymore, purely because of the role that was played by the National Army. Maybe you could also share with us, with the community,
do they, and when they do, directly engage with the Defence Forces? How then do you receive that in terms of planning towards assistance within the Community Assistance Weeks?
I would say each formation, if you want to put it that way, each formation has got an area of responsibility.
Right.
Now, if say Harare want something done, they approach the responsible formation in that particular area. And the formation commander has got the responsibility. As Army headquarters, we are told, we are informed that we are doing this project and this project, but it is the responsibility of that particular formation commander.
Right.
He has got the resources at his disposal.
I'm glad you referred to the formation commander. You also said that there are different formations. To the average civilian, they may see different collectives of the Defence Forces with different logos or with different colors, really. Maybe you could just give us a bit of clarity on the distinctions between the formations within the Zimbabwe National Army.
Thank you very much. Formations, when I talk of a formation, I'm talking of a brigade.
Right.
When I say a brigade, I'm talking of 3 battalions with other supporting services that are attached to it. So I'm talking of battalions, 3 of them with supporting services.
Right.
That's a brigade, and a brigade has got its own area of responsibility. For an example, I will give you one infantry brigade in Matabeleland.
Right.
It is in charge of Matabeleland North and Matabeleland South, under one brigade commander. And their emblem, the one you are asking, they've got an elephant.
Right.
Right. That emblem identifies them. It's a sense of pride, sense of belonging.
Right.
You see, when their troops put on that, they feel so proud to be part of that. So it also unites. It's very significant. That emblem is very significant to the formation itself. You come here into 2 Infantry Brigade here in Harare, you see they've got the rhinos, the rhinoceros. And this is where we also the home of black rhinos, you remember?
Yes.
1984. Yes. So the members of 2 Infantry Brigade are proud to be associated with that. And even when we see them, it's a distinct emblem that identifies one with that particular formation.
Right.
Yes. So that's how they are.
Right.
So each formation has got its own emblem that is different from the other.
Right. I'm looking forward to you also giving us the distinctions of the various emblems that we'll be seeing during the course of our broadcast. And if you also take a look at our screens there, as you can appreciate at Rufaro Stadium, the parades have begun, and we're looking forward to, of course, some of the displays that will be taking place during the course of the day. Colonel Mtati, maybe you could just give our audiences an appreciation of the current parade that is taking place at Rufaro Stadium on our screens.
Sure. From what we can see now, we are seeing the parade coming, marching on, and we have seen that the markers are already on parade, and the parade shot is going to march on parade. That's exactly what we are seeing, and that's the Defence Forces. When we say Defence Forces, we are talking of both the Army and Air Force, the 2 services.
I'm glad that you did say that, because I also have come to appreciate that there is a difference between the Defence Forces and also the individual collectives of the Air Force and the National Army. Now, when we look also at our screens, we can see that the gender parity within the Zimbabwe Defence Forces has increased exponentially. How important is it also as a key representation of the role that we're in play within our Defence Forces to be enshrined rather, as we progress towards Vision 2030?
Thank you very much. I think you understand that, or you realize that the policy globally is to try and increase the numbers or the participation of our the women in the services. It's not only the Zimbabwe National Army, but global. I think the population of women is much more than that of men.
Right.
And leaving them out, we are not doing the best. We are trying to say they must be able to do what any other human being can do. It's not about gender. It's about a service to the nation.
Right.
So in the Zimbabwe National Army, even in the Air Force of Zimbabwe, we've seen quite significant increase in the number of ladies joining the force.
Yeah.
Yes.
And most notably also within the Air Force, and we'll be touching a bit more on that a bit later on. But I also wanted to just get back into the future of Zimbabwe, but also importantly the role that Zimbabweans will play in complementing the defense forces. Young people right now may look to the Zimbabwe National Army or the Air Force for vocational reasons. But at the same time, there's a patriotic component that does come in. What are the current measures being put in place to ensure that, this may be the wrong word, conscription, takes place within our defense forces?
Thank you very much. Let me try and put some detail into it.
Please.
You'll find that some other developed countries, they carry out the national service program, which we have not been doing for some time. I think that's where we probably could have, but since we are reintroducing it, that's the best. It's not conscription especially.
Right.
Go to the United States, go to France. You don't go anywhere. You don't get employment if you cannot sing the national anthem.
Right.
And for you to get employment anywhere, you must be able to have gone through a national service.
Right.
The Rhodesians, when they were here, they were having what they call territorial forces.
Right.
These were recruited as part of national service.
Right.
And so why can't we? Yes, our children, the majority of them, have now taken employment in the services.
Yes.
As part of looking for money,
Yes.
But what we want is someone we want to inculcate that sense of belonging, that patriotism into him or her, so that he understands that joining this organization is about being patriotic, is about being serving the people, not to get riches.
Right.
No. That's the wrong place. Right. If someone comes in to say, I'm going to get rich when I get there, when I join the army, then it's the wrong platform.
Right.
You should find somewhere else.
The private sector.
Yes. Here we are saying, let's be patriotic.
Right.
We need someone who is geared to defend, to put your body on the table and say, cut it on behalf of these people.
Right.
That's exactly what we should do.
If I could just nudge a bit more into that particular area, it brings me to defending the sovereignty of our nation. That's a term that is loosely used. But practically, when the reality of that defense having to be implemented, the first port of call becomes our defense forces. And once again, maybe you could reiterate the importance of national service, its implementation, but at the same time ensuring that when it comes to defending literally the sovereignty of our nation, we can.
True. I want to say that like the program is now on, I know it's now on. The program is now on for national service. Let us give in our children the chance to go in, train. They go through all the educational programs. It's not about the ruling party.
Right.
No, it's not about the ruling party. It's about national defense. It's about patriotism. It's about guaranteeing the people of Zimbabwe security, protect them so that businesses can function normally. Right? So as we sit here, or as we sit with our children in our homes, let us encourage them to say, no, go and join the national service. They will be given some basic training, some basic understanding of where we came from, where we are, and where we are going.
Right. Could that also not be seen as an option to be considered to address the current scourge of drug and substance abuse within our youths? The military has the defense forces has the opportunity of presenting discipline and structure within our youth. Surely one could advocate for that as a support mechanism in addressing the scourge of drug and substance abuse amongst our youths.
True. I would want to say that as it stands, I will tell you, we have already factored in those programs in our training institutions so that they also teach about drug abuse and the impact or the effects that it has on one's body. We have had situations. Remember, the army is part of the population. And when we recruit these small children from schools. They've got their peers out there. Some are taken in by peer pressure. To just say, no, look, I'm like this, why can't you? And they go in.
Right.
But we are saying we have taken note of that and we have fused that into our programs in all our training institutions. And at the same time, the formation commanders and battalion commanders out there are also addressing troops on a weekly basis to try and continue to hit that on the head. We have also released from army headquarters level. We have had the social services, the legal services, the health services going out, carrying out some seminars every week to try and continue to educate our soldiers and say drugs are a menace. We don't tolerate drugs. We do not want drugs.
Right. Colonel Mtati, on that particular point, let's also look at internal house issues within the defense forces. Positions have been highlighted very clearly around issues of indiscipline within the defense forces, and also the creeping in of drug and substance abuse amongst officers. What are the current measures being put in place to remove that level of indiscipline, but at the same time ensure that it doesn't rear its ugly head again?
True, I agree with you. There could have been some reports about indiscipline cases, drug abuse cases, but let me also say they've been magnified to some levels which are much higher than what we know. Because we know the official figures, we are there, but social media users, they abuse the social media and try to magnify the issue to levels that are not expected. Fine. In terms of discipline, once one is caught, is disciplined. In line with the Defense Act. We've got an act that always helps us to do that.
Right.
Yes.
We'll come back to more of those discussions a bit later on, where I'm currently joined by Colonel Mtati within a studio. But we will now be crossing over to the Rufaro Stadium, where we're joined by Maya Mungu and Takawira Dururu, who will be giving us the live update on the ground. Let's hear more from our team on the ground.
Welcome to the celebrations of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. We're coming to you live from Rufaro Stadium. Now, Rufaro Stadium has been known to be the home of football. It has also been known to be the home of Dynamo's Football Club, but it has been a key event or a key location in terms of celebrations within the country, culminating in 1980, where the independence celebrations were held here. My name is Maya Mungu, and to join me celebrate the dedicated and selfless application and sacrifice that is put in by our defense forces, our armed forces, is Takawira Dururu, who is here after a while to marvel at this Takawira. It's an auspicious occasion. It's a big occasion that we have here, Takawira.
Yebo kambe muli eZimbabwe siyahlangana ke emkhosini omkhulu wosuku lwanamhlanje kulusuku ke lokunanza imisebenzi yamabutho omvikela imisebenzi yebutho leZimbabwe Defense Forces. Sikhona pha ke enkundleni ye Rufaro Stadium esigodlweni eHarare. Namhlanje ke kungolesibili zili12 enyangeni kaNcwabakazi umnyaka ke kuyo ka 2025. Muri eZimbabwe gungano regorerino ka rikuitwa participation indra rinoti kuvimbisa pamwechete nekuchengetedza runyararo nekugadzikana kuitira kuzadzikisa donzvo guru rebudiro yenyika revision 2030 ndodingindira guru remhemberero zeZimbabwe Defense Forces gore rino. Admire.
Definitely, and we've seen there's a lot of people who have come through. There's a lot of people still coming through. It's quite a packed stadium. It's getting more and more full by the minute, Takawira.
Ndizvozvo vanhu vakawandisa mavhu nemarara vauya kuzongana nhasi panze, vamwe vachiri pamikova vachida kupinda, vamwe vapinda zvekare varimo kuti vange vachipemberera ka mauto anodzivirira nyika eZimbabwe Defense Forces. Tokuda kuyeuchizaika kuti parade yatopo kare vapinda ka vari paparade ndikati nini mauto akafora kumashure kwedu amuri kuona muri kudzimba ikoko. Parade yanhasi tikati ine madetachments anosvika iwo masere. Madetachments acho anoti iwo reZimbabwe National Army Presidential Guard, kochizoita zvekare vemauto echidzimai varipo zvekare vane detachment yavo, koitawo zvekare vamwe vakasangana mauto evanhurume nevanhukadzi, kochizoitawo zvekare veuto remuchadenga reAir Force of Zimbabwe varipo paparade yezuva ranhasi pano vari kuridza kava muridza vari mashure doko ndo Zimbabwe National Army band ndo inenge chiridza avo vakatakura kamireza admire color party ichipinda munhandare muzuva ranhasi.
Definitely, yes. We witnessed the color party there. And now this year's Defense Forces Day celebrations are being held here at Rufaro Stadium, and it has been the case for the past couple of years where people are gathered to witness these celebrations. The masses will get a chance to see displays by the Zimbabwe National Army as well as the Zimbabwe Air Force. That's the Air Force of Zimbabwe. Now, the whole atmosphere here is full of electricity, Takawira, as we've seen Chill Sport family, a number of musicians performing, and a lot of people are quite eagerly to see the displays from the Defense Forces.
Kunjalo sibili mule Zimbabwe ngathi mina abantu abalapha ke balokujabula lentokozo enkulu bayakholisa ke abakubonayo lapha ukufola kwebutho abahlabeleli abakhona khonapha bebalibazisa ngezingoma bayakholisa kunjalo ke bemelele ukuthi eminye imicimbi eminingi yenziwe ke esukwini lamhlanje imicimbi yenziwa libutho litshengisa ke imisebenzi eliyenzayo kanye lokulibazisa uZulu kulolu suku ke lokuthakazelela imisebenzi abayenzayo ke bona ke abebutho siyazi ke ukuthi ngesikhathi esidluleyo ngathi mina phakathi komnyaka kunemisebenzi abayenzayo endaweni ezitshiyeneyo lapho ke kabe bephathisa khona uZulu ngendlela ezitshiyeneyo ngesikhathi lapho ilizwe eliyabe lilokuthula khona bona amabutho ke abesenza imisebenzi yokuletha intuthuko ezigabeni ezitshiyeneyo zelizwe admire ndikubona ukuthi balapha atisitega kune vashanyi varipo vamiriri vedzimwe nyika vari pano vemauto edzimwe nyika zvekare ndikuona panapa vekuchina vari pano nevamwe vedzimwe nyika dzakasiyana-siyana vari pano in solidarity nemauto eZimbabwe Defense Forces.
Definitely, we've seen a number of army representatives that are here. A lot of foreign people also coming through to enjoy that, and we also see that a lot of soldiers have actually been also witnessing coming through to also celebrate the big day. Now, the theme for today, as you have talked about, Tagawira, is that Zimbabwe Defense Forces guaranteeing peace and stability for the attainment of Vision 2030. That is the theme for today. We will follow the proceedings, and we're still here as we celebrate the Zimbabwe National Defense Forces Day.
The parade commander is Lieutenant.
Thank you so much there to Mungu and Dururu giving us the update from Rufaro Stadium, where of course the Zimbabwe Defense Forces is currently engaging in its annual celebration, acknowledging its role and function in defending not only Zimbabwe's sovereignty but ensuring that it contributes towards the collective populace's vision of 2030. I'm still joined in studio by Colonel Mutati of the Zimbabwe National Army, and we had a riveting discussion with regards to not only the role that the National Army, that the Zimbabwe Defense Forces play, but at the same time how it will continue fostering that as the future progresses. Colonel Mutati, maybe you could give us your closing remarks, to the people of Zimbabwe, but more importantly also with regards to the celebrations that are taking place today.
Thank you very much. To our nation, let me say that we are there as your force, and you are protected, you are guaranteed. Security of this country is guaranteed. We provide the protection in line with the Constitution under Section 212, like I said. And for those people in the remote areas, I think I want to touch about those, particularly because those are the people who are affected more. We don't want to leave you behind. Where you think you have got a project, particularly those projects that will help to educate our children, particularly helping our children, let's bring it forward so that you can be assisted. The Zimbabwe National Army is there to provide you with the experts to do the building. You need carpenters, you need bricklayers, and so on.
Right.
This week was so important because our command element was out in the various areas of the country, various provinces of the country, handing over schools, clinics, and so on. This is meant to also move in line with the vision, the attainment of Vision 2030.
That's it.
Our people must feel free to approach us. We are their army, and we are there for them.
That's it.
But I want to talk about drugs.
Yes.
abuse, drug abuse, and substance abuse. It's very important for us to continue to fight that war against the drug abuse. It's very important that our young kids who are preparing, some of them are even saying they want to join the organization, but you cannot join the organization when you are drug addict. We can't. Discipline is the cornerstone of any army, and we can only defend this country when we have people who are disciplined within that force. That's it. I think those are my few words.
That's it. Colonel Mtati, thank you so much for your time, and we thoroughly do look forward to speaking to you again in future, appreciating, of course, that you've had quite a long day with us here at ZBC from the morning to now. I'm sure that you're looking forward, of course, to extending to the festivities which will be taking place during the course of the day. Once again, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Now, of course, feel free to keep taking advantage of our social media platform at ZBC News Online. Keep sending us your questions, your comments, and your contributions during the course of the program. And then now we're going to be taking a closer look at some of the progress that has been taken during the course of the Community Assistance Weeks and the role that has been played by the Zimbabwe National Army.
Zimbabwe will be celebrating the 45th anniversary of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces on the 12th of August 2025 at Rufaro Stadium in Harare. This annual event is meant to honor and celebrate the contribution of our gallant men and women of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, whose constitutional mandate is to guarantee peace and stability, thereby creating a conducive environment for the attainment of Vision 2030. Provincial celebrations will be conducted the same day at the traditional venues countrywide. We are pleased to report to the nation that preparations for these celebrations are at an advanced stage and are progressing very well. Traditionally, these celebrations are preluded by a Community Assistance Week program where we showcase our corporate social responsibility programs. Chief among them is the construction of schools, clinics, footbridges, and medical outreach programs. The Zimbabwe Defense Forces Community Assistance work will run from 28 July to the 7th of August 2025. The Deputy Minister of Defense, Brigadier General Retired Honorable Levima Ihome, the Secretary for Defense, Mr. Aaron Daniel Utondo Nepera, the Commander, Zimbabwe Defense Forces, General Philip Valerius Banda, service commanders and general officers will be handing over completed projects to various communities countrywide. These projects are undertaken in line with the ZDF secondary roles of military assistance to civilian ministries and communities, and they span across infrastructure construction and rehabilitation, as well as rendering necessary assistance during natural disasters, in this case, cyclones, floods, droughts, mitigation, interventions. As we render this noble assistance, we work in collaboration with other government ministries, departments, and agencies. The rationale behind the ZDF community assistance projects is the spirit of giving back to the community, which is the source of our sustenance and pride as prescribed in the fish and water coexistence analogy. We get recruits from the community, we operate within the community, and we retire back into the community. The projects that will be handed over during this year's Zimbabwe Defense Forces Community Assistance Week include: number 1, a girls' dormitory at Noe Mission, Macheke in Mashonaland East Province. 2, an early childhood development classroom block at Gillingham Primary School. 3, an 8-roomed double-story classroom block at Warren Park 6 Primary School. for a 2-classroom block secondary school in Mashonaland West Province. During the same week, there will also be a groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of a clinic at Malibeng Bight Bridge in Matebeleland South, and lastly, medical outreaches at Mapisas in Matobo and Malibeng Clinic in Matebeleland South Province. The geographical spread of the whole array of projects is in keeping with the mantra, not leaving no one and no place behind. It is against this background that I now have the honor to officially launch the 2025 ZDF Community Assistance Week. In doing so, I urge fellow Zimbabweans to reflect on the courage and determination exhibited by gallant men and women in uniform as they sacrifice their lives in defending Zimbabwe's territorial integrity, thereby contributing to international and regional security. I thank you.
Thank you so much there, of course, to the Minister of the Defense, Opam Chigudi Kashiri, highlighting there, of course, the role that's played by the Zimbabwe Defense Forces in ensuring Zimbabwe's sovereignty, but at the same time also contributing immensely towards assisting the communities. I'm extending, of course, to our live coverage that we will have from Rufaro Stadium, where the various parades are currently taking place, and of course, everyone looking forward to the display from the Defense Forces, and most importantly the Air Force. It is when we will be seeing those fighter jets, of course, making their way in, and of course the paratroopers landing safely, of course, within Rufaro Stadium. Now, helping me unpack and look at more of the role and function of the Air Force of Zimbabwe, I'm currently joined by Air Force Wing Commander Tasiana Changaume. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today, and looking forward to our discussion.
It's a very good morning to you, and thank you for having me once again.
That's it. Talk about once again, you are here during a Good Morning Zimbabwe.
Yes.
And of course, touching in to all our viewers on the significance of today. But maybe we could just quickly look at the Air Force of Zimbabwe. When we look at it, all we see and think of course, is flying. But it plays a very key role in collectively being part of the Defense Forces. Maybe you could start off with that, how it contributes to being part of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, as I said in the morning, the Air Force of Zimbabwe, like the Zimbabwe National Army, both get their mandate from the Constitution.
Right.
The difference being, we as the Air Force are more concerned with the territorial integrity, talking of the airspace, where the ZNA is focused on the ground. So as an Air Force, we contribute towards the sovereignty, the integrity of the nation, and defense of the airspace.
Right.
So that is our main mandate. While in peacetime, we may have other roles that include humanitarian assistance to various communities, where we respond to disaster management. If you remember a few years ago, Cyclone Idai. Yes. So we respond to that. We help to airlift people out of harm's way. So those are some of the roles that we as an Air Force play.
Now, appreciating, of course, that role and how significant it is. When we look at Miami Air Base, and then I think it's in the Midlands, there's another air base that's also there. Maybe we can just briefly touch on the different air bases that are there, and more importantly, the role that they play in protecting our territorial sovereignty within the skies.
Okay, I'll start with Miami Air Force Base. Miami Air Force Base is based here in Harare, and it has mainly most of our air transport aircraft. So the squadrons based in Miami are mainly transport aircraft. And then if we move then to JT, which is Josiah Tungamira Air Force Base, which is in Gweru, maybe more commonly known as Thornhill. Yes, that then contains our fighter aircraft, air support, and is more involved, I would say, in the defense, because that's where our fighter aircraft, and normally they are the aircraft that you see that do the fly pasts also, because of their speed. And Yes.
Please go.
And then the last base that we have is JZM, Jason Zia Papamoyo Air Force Base. We currently don't have a lot of air activity there.
Sure.
However, it's involved in the training of our personnel, and mainly it has activities that may include our radar systems that are able to see various sectors of the country. I would say each base is an area of responsibility, just like the army. So each area would also have those radar systems that then are able to see what's happening within our airspace and be able to give adequate early warning in case there is need to defend the airspace.
I'm glad that you did bring up the radar system and adequate early warning in case there is need to defend.
Yes.
Protecting the territorial sovereignty of Zimbabwe's airspace. When we find that we have air transport that moves across our territory there, what then become the parameters that are put in place? Obviously, where there are commercial airlines, there are parameters put in place, but should someone then now lift off in their own little plane and decide to want to fly into Zimbabwe without notifying? I'm sure this is then when exactly our Air Force kicks in.
Yes, that is exactly when the Air Force kicks in, because those early warning systems then tell us there is an unidentified flying object in our airspace, and then it relays the information to the relevant bases. For example, in this case, the radar picks there's something flying in our airspace. The next port of call would be probably JT, Air Force Base, which I mentioned, which has got the capability of the jets that can be activated, probably if need be, to go up and see what is happening. Maybe if they have tried contacting from ground, there is no contact, then those jets may be then to escort and say, no, you are in our airspace. Are you aware you are in our airspace? And then they are escorted probably to the nearest landing zone, and then whatever action can be taken is taken from there. Yes.
Now, appreciating once again how the Air Force ties into the Zimbabwe National Army to become the defense forces. When recruiting or looking to be able to take on people into the Air Force, how have you gone so far as to engage the public? But more importantly, how receptive has the public been to recruitment?
I think we go above and beyond when we are engaging with the various communities in the various provinces. To begin with, when we decide we want to recruit, we ensure that an advert goes out outlining the various requirements, age limit, if it's education qualifications, it outlines that. Obviously, we use this mainstream media. So the first thing people need to know is when we need to recruit, we use mainstream media. We don't use WhatsApp. We don't use some dubious ways of advertising. So having done that, we then notify people in each and every province we will be located at this place. It could be a school. It could be our sister service, the ZNA. We utilize their facilities, or it could be a government building. So normally when that advert goes out, it clearly stipulates the requirements from the individual and where the recruitment will take place and the date. So normally there are things like age. There's an age limit, especially for our recruits, which is 18 to 21. Those are the general duty soldiers. And these days, academics is everything. We also need our 5 O-levels. I know people think it's only fitness, running, but no, we need you to be able to have a certain level of understanding issues and be able to carry out operational duties or any tasks given because you're able to understand. And then there's the medical side where you are evaluated to see, will you be able to go through the required training? Will you be fit enough to be able to sustain the service because of the rigorous nature of what we do? So recruitment is in the 10 provinces, and we engage the communities. So you'd find that it's not just limited to people in the urban areas. We go rural. We ensure that every skill, every expertise that we need is then brought in so that we work wholesomely as a nation and not leaving any community or any person behind. Obviously, you have to meet the requirements.
Now, with those requirements being met, we found that a lot of young people see the Air Force as being an opportunity to get into the very limited space of aviation. Aviation, of course, not being limited to pilots, their engineers. Maybe you could highlight how the Air Force has made it possible for marginalized communities to also be able to benefit from the skills that come from aviation.
Okay, for the Air Force and the skills that come from aviation, I think as part of our community service, they also at times get what we call cadets in training,
right,
where we recruit someone without any prerequisite qualification and then train them to what they need to be part of. So that training then ensures that we get the best and then give to the community the knowledge, the skills that they need from aviation.
Right.
And I think previously you mentioned some of the things that the roles that we play as an Air Force, where the transport system, other air capabilities.
Yeah.
With ZNA, we also carry some of their troops when they are doing certain training programs during the training of cadets, where they go and probably learn how to jump out of an aircraft, how to be dropped into a specific zone.
Right.
Yes.
I also just do want to acknowledge there the arrival of the Minister of Defense, Honorable Opam Chinguri Kashiri, at Rufaro Stadium. And once again, we are looking forward to those extended contributions which will be made during the course of today's celebration of our defense forces. And I do want to just bring back, of course, our guest who is currently in studio a bit later on, and I will be able to touch on a few of those key issues. In the meantime, we'll take a short break and be right back with more. Stay tuned.
Your window into Zimbabwe, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Join us for unscripted live events, state functions, parliamentary debates, independence, heroes, and defense forces celebrations, and many more. We are committed to telling the unbiased Zimbabwean story, giving you unfettered access to the latest news and developments shaping our nation. From the streets of Harare to the world stage, Current Affairs brings you the stories that matter most to Zimbabweans. Don't miss out on our in-depth coverage of local and international issues, expert analysis, and thought-provoking discussions. ZBC Current Affairs, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Stay informed, stay engaged.
Thank you so much for staying tuned to this live broadcast as we celebrate Defense Forces with the celebrations currently taking place at Rufaro Stadium. However, we'll be crossing over to Manyame Air Base, where we're joined by Curtly Gwindi, who will be traveling, of course, with the Paratroopers, who are looking forward to giving us the displays today.
As you can see, I am very ready here from the Manyame Air Base, where we are about to take off. But at first, allow me to fasten my shoes. As soon as that is done, I'm going to be with my crew, which is about to take off with the Air Force of Zimbabwe, where we'll be defending the skies. And soon as well, before finishing off this shoe process, I will be fastening my seat belt, and yes, a little bit of turbulence, but I am told the skies are very clear, where we celebrate all things to do with our defense forces in Zimbabwe. Now, we salute our heroes within the Air Force. We salute each and every one of the team that I'll be flying with. Muriseko, my gents. Zuri kufamba here. Zuri kufamba, or rather, should I say, zuri kuflya here. All things to do with excitement. It's my first time, so wish me luck. My name is Curtly Gwindi, coming to you live from the ZBC News and Current Affairs desk. Let's go.
Thank you so much there to Curtly Gwindi. Should be an interesting one that we'll see a bit later on. Hopefully he has all things in order before jumping out of plane in the sky. We do also, of course, want to acknowledge the arrival of the commander of the Zimbabwe National Army, Lieutenant General Emmanuel Matatu, at the Rufaro Stadium. And of course, once again, earlier on, the arrival of the Minister of Defense, Honorable Opam Chinguri Kashiri, for today's proceedings. Key takeaways, of course, will be highlighted with regards to the role of the Zimbabwe National Army, the Air Force collectively as the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. Still extending, of course, within our viewing here. We'll be taking advantage of our social media platform and keep sending us your questions, comments, and contributions during the course of our programming. I'm still joined in the studio by Air Force Wing Commander Tasiana Chengahomwe, who was briefly touching on, of course, the role played by the Air Force of Zimbabwe, but most importantly, in engaging with the community. Now, you did briefly touch on the involvement of young people in joining the Air Force, but at the same time looking at how aviation has allowed itself to make it accessible to marginalized communities. When one looks at the Air Force, we understand that there are commissioned and non-commissioned officers. Maybe you could give the general public an appreciation of what that is, but more importantly, how that translates.
Okay, when we speak of commissioned and non-commissioned officers, what we're basically saying is, I'm a commissioned officer.
Okay.
So a commissioned officer is a rank that starts from a sub-lieutenant all the way up to the commander. And these officers are commissioned by the commander-in-chief himself.
Right.
So an officer who is commissioned, we are saying they are commissioned by the commander-in-chief, who is the president.
Right.
And then our non-commissioned officers are those who go through the training,
Right.
and then they get their ranks and rise through the system.
Right.
So in our system, what happens then is we are all commanders at various levels.
Okay.
So it's the level of command and the authority that you have that is different.
Okay.
So the difference is my level of command, I have the commission of the president himself,
Right.
whereas the non-commissioned does not have that commissioning
Right.
from the commander-in-chief himself.
Right.
Yes.
Now let's once again look at the role of women within the Air Force. If you could take us back to the significant role that has been played in the ranks that have been held by women within the Air Force. Most importantly, of course, appreciating how that speaks towards Zimbabwe's Vision 2030.
Okay, when we speak of Vision 2030 and creating a conducive environment, leaving no one behind, I would like to start maybe by the highest rank that has been held by a woman in the Air Force of Zimbabwe, which is Air Vice Marshal. If you remember the late Winnie Mandela, she was an Air Vice Marshal, and that was the highest rank any woman ever held.
Right.
And I think she was declared a national hero.
Yep.
I think we know for a fact she's a national hero.
Yes.
So that was the highest rank held by a woman in the Air Force of Zimbabwe. Currently, we have a base commander running a whole base at Jason Ziapapa Air Force Base, who is an Air Commodore, and she's Air Commodore Chueshe, Ellen Chueshe. So it's a woman taking on a role of responsibility of a base, the logistics, the administration, command and control of everything within that base.
Right.
And then when we talk of Air Force, everyone wants to see Air Force as operational flying.
Yes.
We have currently Wing Commander Bosha, who is the first female fighter, jet fighter. And that's all women who are making it. I would want to go on and on, but the list is endless. We have non-commissioned women also who are doing really well out there. So the role of women also is really taking a place within our service. Is if you are to come, even if you are to go to the ground, you will see that women probably have their own detachment. So we are part of the alignment of what we want to achieve as an Air Force, as a country, and the Zimbabwe Defense Forces is definitely making great efforts to make sure that is seen and it comes to fruition, so that we as women have a voice, as our perspective, can be different. So with that voice, imagine defending a nation. A father defending and a woman defending is not the same. So those women I'm talking about in their various areas of authority have paved way for other girls who are in school, the youth, those in university, to know that even as a doctor, even as a lawyer, I can join the Air Force, I can go through that same system and be part of the hierarchy and make a difference.
Right. Now, talking about the hierarchies within the whole system, let's get back to the Air Force and the directorates.
Yes.
Right. What are the different, firstly, what is a directorate, and what are the different directorates within the Air Force and their role?
Okay. A directorate is like a department.
Sure.
If we are to go to other companies, they'll say there's a department of PR, HR. So for us, we call them directorates because they are headed by a director. And then we have 11 directorates. Previously, there were 9. Okay. But we have 2 very new babies that we have.
Yes.
And the 2 new directorates, I'll start with them, not because
please,
they are superior, but it shows we are moving with times.
Yes.
So the new directorates that we have are the Legal Directorate and the Projects Directorate. So the Legal Directorate is there to assist us as members of the Air Force of Zimbabwe to ensure that whatever we do, we are following the Constitution, which is the main legal framework we have as a country, and then the Defense Act, and obviously the various statutory instruments we have as an Air Force. So it's there to make sure we are following and abiding to the laws of the land. And then also it gives us advice, it helps us to be able to legally follow the rules, be disciplined as an Air Force.
That's it.
Yes.
Now, talking about the directorates, but extending also to today, maybe you could give us your closing remarks in appreciation to the public on the role that the Air Force plays in protecting Zimbabwe's sovereignty, but at the same time encouragement as we look towards Zimbabwe becoming an upper to middle income society by 2030.
Okay, as closing remarks, I would want to encourage the young people, the youth, and remind them that what I like most about this country is our national anthem. The national anthem, the various stanzas speak to various things. When you say lift high and then we need to have pride in the resources that we have. And then we need to pray for our country. So in so doing, it then enables us to be one country that is at peace, that is in sync, whether I'm military or whether I am civilian or whatever I may be. So as we celebrate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, for us to say we are leaving no one behind, the ZDF, the Air Force, the civilians, I think we need to embrace the words in our national anthem and what they mean. And I think it's something that's being taught very early, ECD, primary school, high school, universities. It's part of our curriculum now. So I would want us to stand with pride as Zimbabweans and be able to lift that flag that wherever we go, whether it's regional, international, we are proud of who we are as Zimbabweans. Thank you.
No, thank you so much to Air Force Wing Commander Tasiana Chakena. I look forward to the proceedings currently taking place. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. This is the Zimbabwe Defense Forces celebrations coming to you live from Rufaro Stadium. And right now, I'm sure you hear the sound of a renowned Zim dancehall artist as we celebrate the contributions of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
kwenzakala khona apha ke enkundleni Rufaro Stadium esigodweni eHarare yikho lapho kubuthene khona ngathi mina umkhosi omkhulu omanza usuku lwamabutho omvikela aweZimbabwe Defense Forces. Kodwa ke sikhumbule ukuthi babuthene njalo eziqintini kumbe ezilichume endaweni ezishiyeneyo bekhokhela ke khona ngale ngathi mina ngezinye inkokeli zebutho ukuqhutshwa keminye imisebenzi emncane yokuveza ke ukusebenza kwebutho emkhosini leyo enziwayo ke ezabelweni. Kodwa ke umkhosi omkhulu silawo khona apha sikhuluma kunjenje inkokheli zebutho zaphezulu ezimqoka ngathi mina abalawuli bakhona sebefikile ke kulumkhosi. Khathesi ke sizwa ke abahlabeleli lapha opop 10 belibazisa ke uZulu obutheneyo ngomculo ochiyetshiyeneyo. Ngathi mina abantu lokho besiza bengena ke emkhosini namhlanje sikhangele thina ukuthi umlawuli omkhulu onguye-ke okhokhelayo ebutho leZimbabwe Defence Forces.
We'll be making our way, of course, to the proceedings currently taking place at Rufaro. We do apologize for the challenge with the sound. However, our engineers will rectify that shortly. We can, of course, appreciate the triumphant arrival, rather, of various dignitaries as we are celebrating our defense forces at the Rufaro Stadium in Harare. This national event, of course, coming in tandem to our hero celebrations that did take place yesterday at the Heroes Acre, all culminating after 45 years of Zimbabwe's sovereignty not only being defended but being extended towards a Vision 2030 when no one will be left behind and Zimbabwe would attain its upper to middle income society status. We do, of course, implore you to remain part of the conversation. Keep sending us your questions, your comments, and your contributions on our social media platforms at ZBC News Online during the course of this live broadcast. We're joined in studio earlier on by various representatives of the Zimbabwe National Army and the Air Force, highlighting again their key contributory roles in ensuring community upliftment, especially during the community assistance weeks, which have been taking place during this month of August, where, of course, various institutions, especially those within the education and health spheres, have managed to find much needed support through the Zimbabwe National Army and the Air Force of Zimbabwe, as was highlighted. Different brigades had been given key areas of focus and contributed towards assisting those around the country. We're now going to be crossing over back live to Rufaro Stadium, where we'll be getting the rundown from Admire Mungu and Takawira Dururu.
Right, we are now joined by Keno Simbarashe Show, who is Zimbabwe, one of the Commander Zimbabwe engineers. Now, one of the big issues, Commander, is the issue of mines and demining. Tell us about the historical legacy of these mines that exist in Zimbabwe.
At Maya, in 1980, we inherited land mines which were laid by the Rhodesian forces along our borders, from the Victoria Falls encirclement down to Mulivis, which was 220 kilometers. We also had a minefield stretching from Shidodo in Mount Darwin up to Rwenya River. We also had minefields in Chipinge and also in the Chirez South and Sango border post. Those were the areas that were mined. In addition to that, the other mines were also laid inland in some protected areas like Lusulu, Kariba South Power Station, and many other areas.
Where are we when it comes to demining at the moment? Where are we now? Because I know this is quite a very serious matter that you are seized with.
At the moment, we have done 95% of the minefields that I have already mentioned. We are only left with the 5% of the minefields, and currently there are operations going on in Mashonaland Central Province, in Mashonaland East, where we have got demining partners, that is Halu Trust and Rushinga District. In Mashonaland East, in Mudzi District, we have the Norwegian People's Aid. We also have the Mine Advisor Group, which are demining there. Over and above that, the National Mine Clearance Squadron of the Zimbabwe National Army is demining the Sango border post to Crook's Corner minefield.
And some of the challenges, what are some of the challenges that you have encountered while doing this work?
The major challenges that the country, I would say, is facing is about lack of funding. Yes, the government is doing their part. This year they dedicated USD 2 million for demining operations, but because of the size of the work that is done, that is required, the funds obviously they fall short for the procurement of equipment, for training, transporting the troops, and so forth. So I would say the major challenge as it now is adequate funding to procure the necessary equipment.
I'm sure you're working with some. What are some of the partners on who are some of the partners that you're working with?
The partners that we are working with, as I have already explained, are the Halo Trusts. The Halo Trusts, they are demining in the northeastern border in Ruchinga district, covering the Shilolo to Rwenya minefield. We also have the Norwegian People's Aid, who are in the general area of Manyamapanda, and also the Mine Advisory Group in Mutsu district.
Right, so what are some of the sectors, I'm sure as engineers, what are some of the sectors in the country that require engineering expertise and that you are also involved with?
Besides our primary role for preparing for combat operations, we are also undertaking community assistance projects. You have realized this during the past week, which was the Defense Community Assistance Week, that we were handing over a lot of infrastructure ranging from classrooms and clinics mainly, and other infrastructure, public infrastructure, in order to impact the lives of mostly the disadvantaged communities.
The insights of the successes that you have scored in the community, especially on your community assistance programs.
Community assistance projects, in tandem with the mantra that nobody must be left behind, and no place must be left behind. We have constructed schools in remote areas. There are schools in remote areas. We have also, for example, in Norway mission, we ended over Norway mission, we ended over Batanai in Sonaland in Maputo. That's some of the project that I can talk about. There are so many of them.
But how are these projects initiating? Who comes up with the idea and how is it implemented?
The communities that needs that infrastructure, it is their prerogative to approach the brigade commanders in the respective provinces. And when they make their application, the brigade commander will then send these teams to go and make an assessment. After making such an assessment, then the project will be taken up. But let me emphasize that it is the responsibility of the respective communities to ensure that they raise the necessary construction materials. Ours as the Zimbabwe Defense Forces is to second artisans who conduct the works. The second part of your choice of your question was how are these funds mobilized? We are mostly constructing projects which are funded by the devolution funds and the school development levies, and communities themselves, they can also organize themselves to raise the necessary funds. There are also donors who come in, the traditional donors, the corporate world, for example, CBZ and FBC, have been involved in much of our programs. There are also individuals who are well to do in communities. These ones, they come back to plow in their communities to ensure that, which ensures that our efforts to construct the needed infrastructure is done.
Right, as a parting question, how can people who want to partner you, people who want to be able to assist in your community projects, especially when it comes to funding and other aspects, how can they get hold of you?
Yes, in terms of access to us, we have got a Directorate of Public Relations, which is domiciled here at Army headquarters. They can approach the Directorate. Even at provincial levels, there are public relations officers who are deployed at brigades countrywide. They can approach them, and then but most of all, what they should do is to make a write-up requesting for such assistance to the formation commander, who is the brigade commander. Then it will be taken up from there.
Keno Simbarashejo, Commander Zimbabwe Engineers, thank you so much for joining us. And one last word to people out there as we celebrate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
The last word that I have as Commander Engineers is that we have got unexploded remnants of war which are scattered all over the country. I will urge our nation, members of our communities, to report when they ever sight such unexploded ordinances. We are much worried about children who are by nature curious. They would want to tamper with these attractive yet dangerous munitions. So I will urge all Zimbabweans, wherever they see, to report either the nearest police station or the nearest army camp, so that we do not suffer unnecessary injuries or deaths among our communities.
I'm tempted to ask, how can someone identify something that can be, in a way, tend to be suspicious as it could be a mine?
We have done a lot of campaigns at national level and at community level. At national level, we are always exhibiting at the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. We are also always exhibiting at the Agricultural Show Society, provincial agricultural shows, and communities themselves. We have been distributing pamphlets, we've been talking to communities to conscientize them. Let me say this has significantly reduced the number of our communities who have been injured before. So we really want to urge the community to report whenever they see any suspicious object, they must report.
Thank you so much, Commander Engineer, Zimbabwe Engineer, Colonel Simbarashe Show. Thank you so much.
You are welcome, Admire. Thank you.
Definitely. Now, as we continue showing you the Zimbabwe Defence Forces Day celebrations here, you see that there the important work that is being done by the Zimbabwe National Army, as well as the Air Force of Zimbabwe when it comes to demining. And Dururu, you are back here. One of the most important things that I saw there was the big work that they're doing to ensure that lives don't continue being lost because of mines that have a legacy issue when it comes to the liberation struggle.
Ibasa rave nenguva yakareba richiitwa iroro nekuti unoyeuka kuti panguva yehondo pane zvimambaira zvakaiswa zvikurisa kunzvimbo dziri muganu kwenyika kuitira kuti vanhu vasayambuke vachienda kunorwa hondo kunodzidzira zvehondo, asi zvimambaira izvo zvakasara. Naizvozvo Zimbabwe National Army ichiri kuita basa rekubvisa zvimambaira izvozvo kuti vanhu vakwanise kushandisa nzvimbo idzodzo vachiita mabasa ekurima, kuvaka, kugara misha, uyezve kuti vanhu vasazokuwara munzvimbo idzozvo. Mune Zimbabwe lokesikhona apa ke tina Rufaro Stadium emkhosini omkhulu ngathi mina owe Defence Forces Day, lapho ke sinanza khona umsebenzi owenziwa ngamabutho omvikela awe Zimbabwe Defence Forces. Okakhathesi ke lapha ngilo Colonel Siletisiwe Sibanda onguyena ke ophethe ezokuqhutshwa kwemsebenzi kubutho le Zimbabwe National Army. Colonel Siletisiwe Sibanda, ndimashero nabuthi.
Ndimacheroni.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke, singaqasa ngokwazi ukuthi thina umsebenzi lo eliwenzayo lina iziphi inhlelo leziqhubayo kumsebenzi ekubutho leZimbabwe National Army ezokwenza ukuthi amabutho asebenze ngemfanelo.
Ngiyabonga. Silenhlelo ezinengi kakhulu esizenzayo ukuthi khona amabutho ahlale kuhle. Sile fund okuthiwa khona iZimbabwe Defence Forces Benefit Fund. Ifund leyi isebenza ukuthengela amasotsha ama-stands, sithengela amasotsha ama-stands kuma-cities lama-towns around Zimbabwe. Currently silama-stands esathengela amasotsha ethu ePlumtree, eLuveve, eMganwini, eNothoni, le Harare South kanye leMasvingo.
Sikhangela thina ke indaba zokuziphatha kwamabutho ngathi mina ngathi discipline likwenza kanjani ukuthi ke kube le discipline ke kubutho leZimbabwe National Army?
I-discipline kuZimbabwe National Army isiqokoqela sendaba. KuZimbabwe National Army ukwenze silondolozele i-discipline senza ama-retraining programs amaningi, even i-drill njengoba ubona nje amasotsha efolile lapha. Yikho kwenza ukuthi khona silondolozele i-discipline. And then kulezinto eziningi esizenzayo njalo kufana lama-sports. Si-encourage amabutho ethu ukuthi senza ama-sports, si-compete ngama-formations, sisenza njalo ukuthi khona amasotsha ethu abe le discipline.
Sesikhangela ke thina ukungena kwamabutho ke umsebenzi nxa seliqhasha abantu sitshengise ukubona ke kusiba lama-fake advertisements ephuma khona phana. Kuyabe kuhamba njani, kwenzakalani, liqhasha njani abantu lina njengeZimbabwe National Army?
iZimbabwe National Army thina nxa siqhatsha ama-potential candidates ethu asilama-agents okuthiwa khona ngama-third party, and nxa sifaka i-advert yethu kasisebenzisi i-social media kumbe i-WhatsApp. Into esiyenzayo sifaka ama-advert ethu kuma-electronic media like i-newspaper, le television. singaqeda lokho ku advert yethu kuyabe kukhulunyiwe ukuthi khona ama potential candidates ethu kufuze ukuthi ayefaka ama application letters abo kundawo like kuma ezikolo kuma police stations kanye lama camp ebutho. Kungaqeda lokho kule team ebutho eyabivela kuma formations ethu. Ama formations ethu atholakala kuma provinces onke eZimbabwe. Ama teams lawa ahamba as a group, kabahambi as ukuthi umuntu uyahamba yedwa kumbe bebabili. Bangafika kuma police stations lapho bayenza esikuthi initial selection. Bangayenza initial selection, after that sebe amalokuzeni sebe selector ama potential candidates abaphumeleleyo baziswa through recruiting office yethu eHarare. Babe sebe siyabuthana nxa kungama officer cadets bahamba bayebuthana eZimbabwe Military Academy eSegweru. Bangabuthana lapho yikho okwenziwa khona i-final selection. I-final selection yakhona ithatha almost 1 week. Ayisiyo nto yelanga elilodwa. Bangaqeda i-final selection and then abaphumeleleyo sebaziswa futhi through i-recruiting office yethu eHarare. And then nxa kuyikuthi ngama general duty soldiers i-final selection yenzelwa koBulawayo. Sithi khona kuse recruiting training depot yikho lapha ababuthana khona and bayafonelwa ngabantu be recruiting office bebazisa ukuthi kufuze ukuthi babuthane nini bethatha ngama provinces abo.
Hayi siyabonga kakhulu ke ngokusifundisa ukuthi kwenziwa kanjani. Kulithemba ukuthi ke ngasemakhaya landini lesifiso ukuthi lingene kubutho lizakwenza lokho okuqanjiwe. Siyabonga kakhulu Colonel Sibanda ngokubuya kwendaba.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Duru.
Ebesikhuluma lapha ngoColonel Silethisiwe Sibanda okubutho ebona ngendaba ze-administration ekhuluma ke ngomsebenzi abawenzayo ikakhulu endabeni zokuqhatsha ke labo abafisa ukungena ukubutho kanye nokuthi kuyinokwenziwayo enhlelweni zokulondoloza ukuziphatha kwamabutho eZimbabwe National Army kanye nokuthi bahlala kanjani kakuhle bese zinkambeni lapho ke beqhubeka imisebenzi yabo ikakhulu ke ngesikhathi lapho okuyabe kulokuthula khona elizweni ngenxa ukuthi kukhona ke imisebenzi abayenzayo eminingi yokwakha endaweni ezishiyeneyo ngesikhathi sokuthula ukukhambo leZimbabwe mnoyoka kakuthi Zimbabwe National Army inebasa rainoita zvikurisa panguva yerunyararo pasina nyaya dzekurwa idzi saka pane mabasa akawanda avanenge vachiita anosanganisira kuvaka nzvimbo dzakasiyana-siyana zvikoro makirinika nezvimbo zvakasiyana-siyana kutaura kwandikuita svondo rapera iro riri gurukota rinoona nekudzivira kwenyika amai opa muchinguri kashiri vakanga vari kunhowe mission ikoko kwamukarakate vachizarura zviri pamutemo hostel pachikoro chenhowe mission hostel yevanasikana yakavakwa neZimbabwe National Army nderimwe remabasa ari kuitwa nemautoka rinokomokedza zvikurisa nevanhu vakawanda nenyaya yekuti zvinoita kuti pave neukama hwakanaka hwakasimba pakati pemauto pamwe chete neveruzhinji.
Definitely, now the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Community Assistance Program this year has forming communities through various developmental projects. One of them is in the Mavuku community in Harare, which benefited the initiative after a modern classroom block was handed over to Batanai Primary School last Monday. Activity happening there, Tagawira.
Siyazi ke ukuthi khathesi sikhuluma kunjenje abasekeli bakamongameli sebefikile ke kulindawo sesikhangele ukuthi umongameli nguyoko yosengena enkundleni ikho ke lisizwa umsindo wabantu ababuthene lapha besemukela ke umongameli onye ke undunankulu wamabutho ngathi na uCommander in Chief weZimbabwe Defense Forces efika kuli indawo.
Right, as we see the procession coming through there, let's talk about Batanai Primary School, Tagawira. where last Monday a block was handed over as a part of the ZDF Community Assistance Week. Where the block was described as a significant development for the school and the community. Quite significant progress there.
Chambange chimbotaura nezvazvo admire kazvirongwa izvozvo zviri kuitwa zvekuvakwa kwechikoro kutaura kwandiri kuita kuWarren Park D ikoko pachikoro chaWarren Park 6 primary pakavakwa yatinoti nechingezi double story imba yekudzidzira ine miturikidzanwa yevana vechikoro kuti vange vachidzidza ipapo yakakumikidzwa masvondo rapera iro riri neZimbabwe Defence Forces.
We also know that the Zimbabwe Defence Forces also handed over an ECD block at Gillingham Government Primary School in Dzevarasekwa. Now the Dzevarasekwa community applauded the ZDF for its commitment to uplift the lives of underprivileged pupils through the assistance initiative that was handed over to them. Now the fully finished classroom block was handed over to the school as part of the Community Assistance Week which happened. The project was also a collaborative effort between the ZDF and the school authorities, underscoring the military's commitment to supporting education and community development. And you talked about Warren Park, Tagawira, where the Warren Park community was also not left behind with the ZDF handing over a state-of-the-art double-story classroom block, ending the era of hot seating at Warren Park 6 Primary School. And it's a big issue because some of us as well, we grew up in that era of hot seating where you have to go to school after 11, 12 in the midday. And it was quite tiresome, and the ZDF coming in with this type of project.
zvavo vodzokera kakumba asi ukatarisa admire uchaona kuti mauto eZDF haasi kuita zvekuvaka zvikoro chete asi varimo muzvirongwa zveutano zvatakati isusu zvehealth. Kutaura kwandiri kuita pane clinic yakavakwa kuMalibeng kuBedbridge West ikoko yekubatsira nharaunda yeikoko. Kwozoita zvekare zvimwe zvirongwa zvekuti mauto nyanzvi ana mazvikokota ana chiremba vanofamba vachibvisa ivo.
The entrance of the commander of the Defence Forces of Zimbabwe. That's the Commander-in-Chief, the President E.D. Mnangagwa.
The President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa and Amai. May we all rise.
Big applause from the crowd gathered here. It's a packed stadium, big attendance to this Zimbabwe Defence Forces celebrations. Tagawira.
Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa vanove ndo Commander-in-Chief veZimbabwe Defence Forces vachisvika kamunhandare Rufaro Stadium vachiperekedzwa nemudzimai wavo First Lady Amai Auxilia Mnangagwa kuzopinda gungano ranhasi vachigashirwa ka nemhururu nemuridzo pamwe chete nezvitinywa zvese nekuimba kwese kuri kuita veruzhinji vachiratidza rutsigiro rwavo kuna Commander-in-Chief.
May we please be silent. May we please be silent. May we all rise for the national anthem. The parade commander has reported the state of the parade and has requested His Excellency to inspect the parade. We may be seated. parade commander has thanked His Excellency for the inspection and has requested permission to march past in slow and quick time and to conduct drill displays, and that permission has been duly granted. be synchronized movements as they march past slowly in unison. And the girl child is well represented. You will soon witness a change in tempo. Huyu ni mwendo wa polepole. Wachinja itembo konapo. Now they are conducting drill display. Doing what they know best. That's good match for you. You can read for yourselves the inscription. The inscription was ZDF 845. May we be silent so that we follow proceedings. We may be seated. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the First Lady Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, Honorable Vice President, General Retired Dr. CGDN Chiwenga and Amai, Honorable Vice President, Colonel Retired KCD Mohadi, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Charles Tawenga, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable J. Mudenda, President of the Senate, Honorable M.M. Chinomona, Chief Justice, Honorable Luke Malava, members of the Politburo and Central Committee of ZANU-PF here present, leaders of other political parties here present, cabinet ministers, the Chief Secretary to the Office of the President and Cabinet, Dr. Rushwaya, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. Vincent Hungwe, as represented, Commander Defense Forces General P.V. Sivanda, service commanders, traditional leaders, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, may I also recognize Brigadier General D. Tembo and his delegation from the Zambian Army, His Worship the Mayor of Harare, invited guests, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Without much ado, Your Excellency, I am Colonel Charles Mtije, the Director of Ceremonies for this program, ably assisted by Wing Commander Mademe and Mr. Chiloba from the Ministry of Defense. Allow me, Your Excellency, to invite the Senior Chaplain General to dedicate the program to His Almighty and lead us in prayer. Chaplain General.
The President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Republic of Zimbabwe, and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the First Lady, Amai Dr. A. Mnangagwa. With your indulgence, Your Excellency, allow me to write on protocols already observed. I have chosen, Your Excellency, this morning to give a very short devotional before I pray. And I have chosen to read only one verse from the book of Ezekiel, chapter number 22, verse number 30. Ezekiel chapter 22 and verse number 30. And it reads, "So I sought a man among them who would make a wall and stand in the gap before me on behalf of the land, so that I would not destroy it, but I found none." I have chosen to read this verse because I believe it speaks directly to who the defense forces are and also stand for. In the Christian faith, this verse is popularly used to teach about intercession or intercessors, their role and their boldness in praying for others. It is in the same vein that the nation seeks protection from external forces and even internal uprisings if they arise. No wonder our sacred national statute, which is the Constitution, states that there shall be a defense force to defend the people of Zimbabwe, safeguard the territorial integrity of our land, and jealously protect the interests of our people and its wealth, and also to uphold the Constitution of Zimbabwe. I believe, like intercessors, the defense forces provide a protective wall against foes or enemies. They fill in the gaps in our porous walls with their own sweat and blood if needs be. It is a given, we all know, that Zimbabwe is not and may never be a superpower in world military circles. But we have proved in these past 45 years of independence that we are a strong force to reckon with. The ZDF cannot be ignored, regionally and globally at large. We have earned respect from both our allies and all. We commit to stand solidly as a wall, filling gaps so that our citizens can go about their business in peace, live in peace, travel in peace, both by day and by night. We have earned the respect of both allies and all. They know we can be relied upon to deliver. Allow me, Your Excellency, to ask that as a nation we bow our heads to pray. My dear Heavenly Father and God, I thank you for this day when we together celebrate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. These generals, officers, men and women who have dedicated their lives to be the last line of defense and have endured hardships, both in training and in operations. I thank you, Heavenly Father, for each of their families who have had to make without their presence at times when duty called. I speak a special blessing to all the members of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces and their families. And I say to the members of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. And as we pray, I also pray for His Excellency, our Commander-in-Chief. I speak a special blessing upon him. I speak health. I speak life. I speak wisdom. I also speak abundant, amazing grace upon his leadership and command. For I've prayed in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Allow me, Your Excellency, at this juncture to invite the Secretary for Defense to take over proceedings. Secretary, sir.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the First Lady, Amai Dr. A. Mnangagwa, Honorable Vice President, General Retired Dr. C.G. Dien Chwenga and Amai, Honorable Vice President of the ruling party ZANU-PF, Honorable O.C. Zetu Mchinguri Kashiri, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable J.F. N. Denda, President of the Senate, Honorable M.M. Shinomona, Chief Justice, Honorable Justice L. Malawa, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable C. Tawengwa, members of the Politburo and Central Committee of the ruling party ZANU-PF here present, President of the Chiefs Council, Chief Mchane Kumalo, and other chiefs here present, leaders of other political parties who may be here with us, cabinet ministers and deputy ministers, members of parliament, Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. M. Rushwaya, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. V. Ungwe, as represented, Commander, Zimbabwe Defense Forces, General P. V. Sbanda, Deputy Chief Secretaries, colleague permanent secretaries, service chiefs, and since this is their day, allow me to recognize Commander Zimbabwe National Army, Lieutenant General E. Matatu, and Commander Air Force of Zimbabwe, Air Marshal J. Jane Jede. Allow me also to recognize the presence of the Commissioner General of the Zimbabwe Republic Police, Commissioner General Mtamba, Commissioner General of the Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services, Commissioner General Chuovu, and the Director General, President's Department, Dr. F. Mangwanya. In our midst, Your Excellency, we have Brigadier General D.K. Tembo, who has come leading the Zambian Defense Forces soccer team that is set to battle it out with our own Defense Forces team later this afternoon. At this juncture, allow me, Your Excellency, to say, all protocol observed. Your Excellency, We are gathered here today to celebrate the 45th Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. Allow me at this juncture, Your Excellency, to invite the Minister of Defense, Honorable O.C. Mchinguri Kashiri, to deliver her remarks and also to take us to the next item of the program. Honorable Minister, ma'am.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the First Lady, Dr. Amai Auxilia Mnangagwa, Honorable Vice President General Retired, Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga and Amai Chiwenga, Honorable Vice President, Colonel Retired, Comrade K.C.D. Mohadi, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Charles Tawengwa, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable J. Modenda, the President of Senate, Honorable M. Chinomona, Chief Justice, Honorable Justice L. Malaba, members of the Politburo and Central Committee of ZANU-PF, leaders of political parties here present, cabinet ministers, deputy ministers, members of parliament, Chief Secretary to the Office of the President and Cabinet, Dr. M. Rushwaya, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. V. Ungwe, Commander, Defense Forces, General P.V. Sibanda, Deputy Chief Secretaries here present, Service Chiefs, revered traditional leaders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, His Worship the Mayor of Harare, Council J. Mafume, invited guests, comrades and friends. Your Excellency, on behalf of the Ministry of Defense and my own behalf, I warmly welcome you and the whole nation to this historic 45th Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day commemorations being held under the theme Zimbabwe Defense Forces Guaranteeing Peace and Stability for the Attainment of Vision 2030, which aptly captures the mandate of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces as directed by Section 212 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe. Tinoda kutenda, Your Excellency, one wenyu wauya in their big numbers kufarira zuwa rema Zimbabwe Defense Forces. Makorokoto, Your Excellency. Ngati zviombererei maoko. In our midst, Your Excellency, allow me also to extend a special welcome to a delegation from the Republic of Zambia, led by Brigadier General D.K. Tembo, which includes the Zambian Defense Forces football team that will compete with the Zimbabwe Defense Forces team this afternoon.
We wish them the best of luck. Their presence today demonstrates the unshakable Siamese twin bond of relationship between our two countries. We are one people with same culture and enjoy day commemorations, presenting yet another opportunity for us to reflect on the milestone achievements by your defense forces in defending Zimbabwe's sovereignty, territorial integrity, national interests, and independence. This task demands dedication, commitment, loyalty, patriotism, and bravery from your well-principled gallants to continue delivering peace and tranquility, guaranteeing the fulfillment of Vision 2030 to establish an empowered and prosperous upper-middle income economy. As we commemorate 2025 Defense Forces Day, we are doing so under the backdrop of a rapidly mutating and complex operational environment, largely occasioned by shifting geopolitical dynamics characterized by tensions and mistrust between and among nations. In addition to battling against traditional security threats, we have to contend with emerging non-traditional security threats in the form of cyber crimes, terrorism, recurrent climate change-induced disasters, proliferation of fake news, human and drug trafficking, just to mention a few. Your Excellency, given the complex nature of the defense and security environment, your ministry is focused on modernizing and upgrading national defense capabilities in order to remain versatile, adaptable, and keep abreast with rapidly changing developments. The modern warfare is now leveraging the Internet of Things, big data, and artificial intelligence. Through the research and development outputs from the Zimbabwe National Defense University, your forces have embraced the advanced technologies and remain formidable to counter any threats. Your Excellency, under your astute guidance, you have taught us to be a self-reliant force. Production at Zimbabwe Defense Industries is being revamped to satisfy the demand for military consumables by your force. Our farms around the country not only meet our food needs, but also contribute to national food security. Plans are afoot to establish an entity to provide commercial construction services to the public. On the diplomatic front, Your Excellency, we are continuing to strengthen cooperation with friendly countries in areas of mutual interest, whilst at the same time collaborating with various multilateral institutions in promoting international peace and security. In all these undertakings, we remain guided by your principle that Zimbabwe is a friend to all and an enemy to none. In this context, we have deployed defense attaches to 67 nations with whom we are cooperating in various areas, which include skills development, technology transfer, and exchange of military information. It can never be emphasized, Your Excellency, that peace and security is a foundation for sustainable socio-economic development. In line with tradition, the 2025 commemorations commenced with the launch of Community Assistance Project from 28 July to 7 August 2025. The completed projects, which include schools and clinics, were constructed free of charge by Zimbabwe Defense Forces, skilled personnel in partnership with well-wishers and communities. The community assistance program is consistent with your desire to inspire new heroes to champion national developmental aspirations as articulated by your development philosophy. That nyika inowakwa, inotongwa, inonamatigwa newe newayo, ilizwe lakiwa, libuswe, likilekelwe ngabanikazi balo. The projects are part of peacetime operations by your army and air force and cement the symbiotic fish and water relationship between the People's Army and the communities. Allow me to take this opportunity to express our most profound gratitude to you, our President and Commander-in-Chief, for the invaluable guidance and support. We thank you for your relentless efforts in improving the conditions of service of our members, as witnessed by the improvements in accommodation, health services, and logistics, which are a result of your interventions. Your Excellency, the major highlight of today's program is your keynote address to the nation. This will be followed by military displays and entertainment by both the military and non-military groups. A soccer match between the Zimbabwe Defense Forces and the Zambian Defense Forces select teams will ice the cake. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our guest of honor, a decorated freedom fighter, a lawyer, a champion of democracy, peace, security, unity and development, and Pan-Africanist par excellency. On your behalf, may I humbly request His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, and SADC Chairperson, Honorable Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, to address the nation. Your Excellency, sir. Choramba takanyarara, His Excellency wachitipa speech tirambe takanyarara, tine discipline mazvita.
Pray, be seated. The Director of Ceremonies, the First Lady, Dr. Mnangagwa, the Vice President, Honorable General Retired Dr. C.J.D.N. Chiwenga and Amai Chiwenga, the Vice President, Honorable Colonel Retired KCD Moadi, the Minister of Defense and Chairman of ZANU-PF, Honorable OCZ Mchinguri Kashiri, the Minister of State for Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Charles Z. Tavengwa, the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Advocate J.F.N. Mudenda, the President of the Senate, Honorable Amai M.M. Chinomona, the Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Luke Malava, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, members of the Politburo and Central Committee of the ruling party who are here, and other members of other political parties who are here, the Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. Vincent Ungwe, Commander Defense Forces, General Philip V. Spanda, Commander Zimbabwe National Army, Lieutenant General Matatu, Commander Air Force of Zimbabwe, Air Marshal Zede, Commissioner General, Zimbabwe Republic Police, Commissioner Mtamba, Commissioner General, Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services, Commissioner Chovu, Director General, President's Department, Dr. Mangwanya. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mazimambedu, Muripano, Dinokuremekedzai, senior government officials who are here, veterans of the liberation struggle, His Worship the Mayor of Harare, Councillor J. Mafume, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is with a great sense of pride and honor that I address you on this occasion, marking the 45th Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. This event comes after our Heroes' Day commemorations held yesterday in honor of the gallant sons and daughters who helped liberate our motherland, Zimbabwe, from the yoke of colonialism. On this occasion, we salute and celebrate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces for their commendable work of safeguarding and protecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of our great motherland, Zimbabwe. Further, we acknowledge and remember the men and women who formed the nucleus of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces in 1980, who were largely drawn from Zimbabwe African National Liberation Army, ZANLA, and the Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army, ZIPRA. The past 45 years have seen officers, men and women, emerging, many of whom were born after our independence. Meanwhile, our national security apparatus continues to change and adapt. This is also in response to the contemporary national and global security and economic aspirations of our people. The Defense Force is indeed in a new epoch. As we look in the future, you, the officers, men and women who now constitute the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, must never forget that journey to independence, sovereignty, peace and unity which we are enjoying today. the agonizing suffering afflicted by the brutal racist colonial regime, and protracted war of liberation is etched in our national memory. The people of our country were subjected to oppression, segregation, and displacement from our motherland. Likewise, nationalists and freedom fighters endured treacherous environments and situations, including fighting many battles, detention, imprisonment, and restrictions. Many died in the ruthless massacres, while others lie in marked and unmarked graves here to home and within the region. Our rich liberation heritage must, therefore, embolden you as the current crop of the defense forces to remain a formidable, dependable, and disciplined force. You remain beacons of our nation's peace, our security, and socio-economic development. This is well stated in this year's commemoration theme, which says, and I quote, Zimbabwe Defense Forces guaranteeing peace and stability for the attainment of Vision 2030, end of quote. Comrades and friends, the fast-paced and multi-pronged global developments require that the Zimbabwe Defense Forces spreads beyond the traditional role of defending our national sovereignty and territorial integrity from external military threats. I therefore challenge the defense forces to continue increasing their capabilities around a wider range of threats that relate to economic instability, climate change, cyber attacks, pandemics, and terrorism. In this spirit, I applaud the various initiatives being undertaken by our forces to provide military aid to civil power. This includes activities with regards to border control and the combating of drug and substance abuse. The role of ZDF in addressing climate change and disaster preparedness is worthy commendation. During the last rain season, the involvement of our forces in the search and rescue operations to assist the villagers affected by floods brought speedy relief to the affected communities. These included in areas such as Ada Sanyati, Sebakwe and Gokwe, Ngomauru Mountain in Domboshava, and at the confluence Runde Tokwe rivers in Tokwe Mukosi. The logistical support in the airlifting of stranded persons, as well as the distribution of grain to affected communities, ensures that no individual or family dies from hunger. Well done, our armed forces. My fellow citizen Zimbabweans, Zimbabwe is a friend to all and an enemy to none. However, as an independent and sovereign country, we will never sacrifice our legitimate rights and interests or our peace and security. colonial oppression and liberation struggle exposed us to brutality and suffering that can result from war and conflict. Zimbabwe's commitment to national, regional, and continental peace, as well as to a peaceful international order anchored on the equality of nations, is therefore unshakable. We continue to work for the peaceful resolution of international disputes and to support the SADC, African Union, and the United Nations initiatives in this regard. To date, members of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces are deployed for peace support operations under the auspices of SADC, the African Union, and the United Nations in various international peace and security initiatives. These are stationed at the United Nations headquarters in New York, as well as at the United Nations missions in South Sudan, Abyei Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and in Ethiopia. To be able to effectively execute its roles, both internally and with regards to international obligations, it is critically important that the ZDF maintains robust training and capacity building programs. In this regard, Zimbabwe remains ready to expand mutually beneficial relations in the field of military and defense cooperation, in keeping with our engagement, re-engagement policy. It is commendable that ongoing training exchange programs are widening and deepening the skill sets within the Zimbabwe Defense Forces towards enhanced organizational efficiency and proficiency, regional interoperability, combat efficiency, and exposure to varied equipment and technology. Zimbabwe appreciates the bilateral defense and security cooperation with the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, Pakistan, India, Greece, Malaysia, Egypt, Nigeria, Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, Kenya, Mozambique, Zambia, Botswana, Malawi, Eswatini, and Lesotho, among many others. The Zimbabwe Defense Forces has also hosted a number of foreign military student delegations on study tours. Additionally, the Zimbabwe Defense Forces is set to host the SADC Peace Support Operations Field Training Exercise, SADC Maritime Exercise, as well as the SADC Aviation Exercise. All these attest to the growing ties and strong solidarity between Zimbabwe Defense Forces and other friendly forces across the globe. The Zimbabwe National Defense University has become one of the centers of excellence in defense and security studies in the SADC region. Members of the public are welcome to enroll for programs offered by this university. We have made significant strides towards becoming a mine-free country, as only 4% of the original 850 kilometers of minefields remain infested. The most recent milestone being the completion of the receipt to Muzite Mission minefield in December 2024. This has made Manicaland province a mine-free territory. I congratulate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces for a job well done. Makorokoto. Amhlope. My gratitude is also extended to the development partners, international humanitarian demining organizations, for the financial and material support extended to the program. On its part, my government will continue to capacitate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces National Mine Clearance Unity. Comrades and friends, government's improvement of the conditions of service for members of Zimbabwe Defense Forces is ongoing. The Defense Forces Service Commission is engaged in a process to rationalize the inter-rank salary differentials. This is being done in tandem with the efforts to finalize the implementation of the military salary concept. In the area of health delivery, my administration is accelerating the completion of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Referral Hospital at Manyame Air Force Base. Refurbishment, upgrading and modernization projects of other medical facilities in cantonment areas throughout the country are being supported and speeded up. Innovative financing models employed by government are resolving the perennial shortage of institutional accommodation for serving members of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. The need to address the transport challenges besetting defense forces has become a key priority. A phased program is in place to add an assortment of vehicles for various ZDF operational requirements, including a fleet of buses to transport members. With regards to memorializing and immortalizing our rich liberation heritage, the Minister of Defense, in liaison with our departments and agencies, as well as the government of the Republic of Mozambique, in constructing a monument and a health center in Masinga district in Nyambane province, is ongoing. This is in honor and memory of our late wartime commander, our national hero, General Josiah Magama Tongogara. Similar processes were also established monuments at former Zipra bases in Angola, where freedom fighters lie in mass graves. We thank the governments and peoples of Mozambique, Zambia, and Angola for their support and cooperation in these matters. My fellow countrymen and women, comrades and friends, Nyika inovakwa, igotongwa, igonamatirwa, Hallelujah. All of us have a role to play in building our motherland, Zimbabwe, including the defense forces and the members of the security sector as a whole. It is exemplary that our defense forces continues to undertake social responsibility projects, which are having a transformational impact on our people at the community level. The 2025 Defense Forces Community Assistance Week, which preceded these commemorations, saw the handover of various community projects undertaken by the defense forces throughout the country. Others are at various stages of completion, including 29 projects in the education sector and 4 clinics in the health sector, respectively. Ministries, departments, and agencies are also receiving support of the defense forces in several other construction works, such as the registry offices in Buera, a veterinary services office block in Binga, infrastructure for a communal dairy in Mtasa, a traditional course for chiefs, among others. I extend my government's gratitude to the business community and other well-wishers whose generous support is ensuring the success of these projects. As I conclude, I once again salute Zimbabwe Defense Forces for their selfless commitment to safeguarding our national independence, our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, and our national interests. I equally congratulate you for the milestone achievements in the ZDF, which continues to realize towards peace and unity in our motherland, Zimbabwe. The Defense Forces remains a disciplined and a trusted people's army. As Commander-in-Chief, I thank you all, the officers, men and women of our defense forces, for the resilience, loyalty, professionalism, discipline, and unflinching patriotism you are displaying in your selfless service to our motherland, Zimbabwe. Ndinoti kwamuri mose tinokutendai, siyalibonga lonke. Nyika yedu yose Zimbabwe inokutendai mabuto yedu, siyalibonga. Our nation salutes you, and we thank you all, the people of Zimbabwe, for the peace, tranquility, and the unity we are enjoying. With these remarks, I say, happy 45 Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. Happy rugare kwamuri vana veZimbabwe. I wish you all and your families, as well as the entire nation, enjoyable and safe commemorations. Long live our defense forces. Long live our peace. Loving our unity. Long live independence. Long live freedom. Long live solidarity. Long live sovereignty. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe. I thank you.
The Air Zimbabwe Board, Management and Staff proudly join His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Head of State and Government, and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, and the entire nation in commemorating Heroes and Defense Forces Day. We honor the courageous men and women whose unwavering commitment and sacrifice secured our sovereignty and peace. Their legacy inspires our journey. Their courage fuels our flight. Hashtag Fly the Flag, Feel the Pride.
The Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, Honorable Kazepe Kazembe, Deputy Minister, Honorable Chido Sanyatwe, Secretary for Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, Ambassador R.T. Faranisi, Senior Management and Staff, join the President, His Excellency, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa and the nation in celebrating Heroes Day and Defense Forces Day. As the nation gather at the Sacred National Heroes Acre and in ceremonies across our great nation, we continue to cherish the heroic sacrifices of our heroes and heroines, both living and departed, whose selflessness resulted in the freedom, peace, and stability we continue to enjoy. This day is a powerful and solemn reminder of the immense sacrifices made by the gallant sons and daughters of Zimbabwe, who laid their lives for our freedom. As we reflect on the long and arduous journey from colonial oppression to a new Zimbabwe in 1980, let us all continue to uphold high moral standards and abstain from social evils such as drug and substance abuse. We also pay tribute to His Excellency, President's wisdom and visionary leadership in sustaining national unity, peace, and development. As a ministry, we remain resolute as per our mandate to ensuring a secure and peaceful Zimbabwe, promoting and preserving our cultural heritage. As we celebrate Heroes and Defense Forces Day, we also take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency, the President, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, for leading SADC with distinction during his chairmanship. Happy Heroes and Defense Forces Day, Zimbabwe.
The parade commander has requested permission to march past and off, and that permission has been duly granted. Nyururu nemuridzo. Nyururu nemuridzo zvakare. Zimbabwe, are we ready for orchestra Mberikwazo? Are we ready for Babashero? Are we ready for extra basso? Stand by.
I hope you can. I hope this is.
As we commemorate Heroes and Defense Forces Days, we honor the brave men and women whose sacrifice laid the foundation for our nation's freedom, peace, and progress. Their courage and commitment continue to inspire us to build a Zimbabwe that is inclusive, secure, and prosperous for all. At NASA, we recognize the vital role that our fallen and living heroes played in bringing about the dignity and well-being we enjoy and do not take it lightly. We also recognize the role that our defense forces play in safeguarding the dignity and well-being of all Zimbabweans. NASA remains committed to upholding our mandate through the provision of robust social security schemes. We will continue to protect the health and safety of all workers and also provide adequate social security for those who have retired. Let us celebrate this legacy with pride, unity, and a renewed dedication to service. Hashtag NASA Heroes. NASA, a lifelong promise.
We are still at Rufaro Stadium celebrating the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. A full house and a great speech by His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, as well as the Minister of Defense, that is Comrade Opa Mchinguri-Kashiri. Now let me take you through to some of the highlights that we got from the President's speech, where he emphasized that peace, security, and defense are critical to Zimbabwe's economic transformation and sustainable development. He said that our defense forces continue to play a vital role in safeguarding the nation from external threats and maintaining internal peace. Tagawira.
Vonguka muri Zimbabwe vanove muchikumuro nyika vanove zvigare Commander in Chief veZimbabwe Defense Forces Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa vachitenda mauto eZimbabwe Defense Forces nebasa ravari kuita ngatiningire kuchengetedza runyararo munyika rekuchengetedza kuchitonga kuzere kwenyika makore 45 adarika kubva nyika zvayawana kuchitonga kuzere. Vataura ivo zvakare mashoko avo kuti Zimbabwe haisi nyika inorarama yega pasi rino asi kuti inorarama nedzimwe nyika, naizvozvo ine ukama nedzimwe nyika dzakafanana nenyika dzemuSADC dzakafanana nenyika dzemhiri kwemakungwa ana China ana Russia vanova vakabatsira zvakare kuunza rusununguko munyika ino kuburikidza nekutsigira ngati vanhu vehondo yerusununguko pamwe chete nedzimwe nyika dzakafanana naPakistan dziri kushanda neZimbabwe kuti vanga vachidzidzisana nyaya dzehondo, nyaya dzekurwa, nyaya dzekusimudzira mabasa emauto. Asi vaverenga zvakare mumashoko avo vachitaura nemabasa ari kuitwa nemauto murunyararo. Iwayezve atambotaura nezvawo ekuvakwa kwezvikoro, ekuvakwa kwemakirinika pamwe chete nekubatsira mukurapa vanhu mune zveutano. Vataura zvakare nezvazvo Comrade Mnangagwa.
We are going to get you to the action. Of course, you wouldn't want to hear a lot and see our faces. We will then follow what's happening here at Rufaro Stadium as Baba Shero Alec Macheso is just about to perform. Of course, other entertainers are about to perform. Of course, there's a lot more displays that we will be seeing. And this is live here on ZBC TV. It's a ZBC News and Current Affairs production. Please do follow.
There's excitement. I think I'm a comrade. Ka energy ka tichienda takanoenda. And yes, I'm the only one without a paratrooper bag, but I do salute my paratroopers. And yes, as our group captain has already said, that we're about to take off and we are ready. We are marching. This is the Heroes as well as the Defense Forces weekend, where we are so excited to be bringing you this broadcast. And yes, our paratroopers. Now, let's just talk about Kaye. Just a general year of how many you have been doing this, you gentlemen.
Well, it's a little over 25 years airborne, and we love the skies.
Okay. So can you say you're a man of the earth or man of the skies?
Both. Both.
I'm watching a good fight. Oh, man, I'm already.
Wezera uchabuka kana bana akashika agaramba chipapo kamuna bachana chizero mwana wacho chinopetsetsinza kuti sai kapene wako batewe yama isukuru saka
lapinda ndimu tichi makama ande kama sika ande kama Babo. Atuzi. Konabo. Babo. So we are now bracing ourselves for parajumps. Very soon they will be landing onto the arena. Jumpers from the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. Flying the Zim flag and coming in at number 2, flying the Zimbabwe Defense Forces flag with 1,539 jumps. Baba Kiki, Lieutenant Clemens Manyemere, Mururu Namirizoko, coming home to land. Coming at number 3, flying the legendary flag, Warrant Officer Class 2 Moyo Petros. Mururu Namirizoko, 1,240 jumps. Moyo Moxela Firefox. Coming at number 4, flying the Air Force of Zimbabwe flag. Warrant Officer Class 1, Honest Chapa Chadambalaza. Mururu Namirizoko. Mukanyatsoongera zvine mutsindo mumwe anonamira papenalty sport chaipo chaipo. Vakomana ava vanozviita, highly trained members of the defense forces. They are trained at the parachute training school Kumanyame Air Force Base. Coming in at number 5, our partners from Basara Skydiving Club. Colin Kalonga Mururu Namirizoko is being followed by Elijah Chitike, 954 jumps. Maoko. And it's a family affair. Last but not least, Francis Chitike from Basara Skydiving Club. 1,543 jumps. Twaombelele maoko. Earlier on, we saw a fly past of K8 aircraft from number 2 Squadron, Josiah Tungamira Air Force Base. It was being flown on the Venom lead Squadron Leader Shepard Vangani, co-pilot Squadron Leader Takashi Ngaverengera, Venom 2 Group Captain Shumba, co-pilot Squadron Leader Nyoni, Venom 3 Group Captain Lizole Chumatlangu, co-pilot is Flight Lieutenant Clemens Chinyoka, and on Venom 4 we had Squadron Leader Walter Chijgausiku, and the co-pilot was Air Lieutenant Dalubute Peterson Mayenda. Tivaomberere maoko. Drop Zone Safety Officer, Warrant Officer Class 2 Nyowani, and Master Sergeant Jemwa Clement Ndovenge vachi controller vachi communicator Nendege as they come to bow to the VVIPs. Maoko, maoko, maoko. Izandla. I am Wing Commander Tobias Madem. I'm handing you over to my co-presenters here, was the Tipayas, the following act coming from the Zimbabwe National Army.
Tinotenda. Welcome to the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day 2025 celebrations. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Nyikazino Mugaza.
Lieutenant Lindelwe Shalin Ndebele.
Today we are going to chronicle the history and achievements of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
Namhla sizokhuluma ngempumela ezeZimbabwe Defense Forces.
Nasi tichakuratidzai nhoroondo yemauto eZimbabwe Defense Forces kwatakabvira patave nema-achievements atakaita pasi rose.
Namhla sizokhuluma imbali lempumelelo ezeZimbabwe Defense Forces.
Apa tichakuratidzai kuti tatakagara sei nyika ino isati yapambwa nevapambi vepfumi. The indigenous black Zimbabweans were living peacefully in the land between the Zambezi and the Limpopo, from the Mapumbugwe state,
the Great Zimbabwe State,
Mutapa State,
the Torwa State,
the Rozhi State,
and the Ndebele State.
Kwamuri kuona vari kurudyi kumbare enda vakamirira the Shona people, varungu vasati vauya kuno, vari pasenta vakamirira the Ndebele community, nyika isati yapambwa nevarungu.
Esandleni sokudla sibona abantu abamelele iMashonaland State, esandleni senxele sibona abamelele iMathebeleland State.
Uru runyararo rwamunoona uru rwakakanganiswa nekuuya kwakaita vapambi vepfumi.
This peace was disturbed when the British South Africa Company led the invasion of Mashonaland through a series of forts. From Fort Tuli,
Fort Victoria,
Fort Charter,
up to Fort Salisbury muno muswati of September 1890. Vamunoona vachipinda nemabhizawo ndo varungu vapambi vepfumi British South Africa Company vachibatsirwa neChurchill Boys High School Pipe Band.
Lave sibabona besemabhizeni mounted regiment emelele amakhiwa angena azophambanisa ukuthula lenhlalakahle kwabantu beZimbabwe.
Varungu vachipinda muno vakasidudzano atema munzvimbo dzavaigara ndokusumudza mureza wavo weUnion Jack musi wa12 September 1890 muno munzvimbo yavakazopa zita raPrime Minister wekuBritain ainzi Lord Salisbury kuti muno munzi muFort Salisbury matava kuti muHarare.
Mhlaka 12 Mpandula 1890 vaphakamisa iflegi yavo iUnion Jack.
Mamolo Bengula vakabva vadedza mauto avo. Mamolo Bengula vakabva vatuma mauto avo kuti aende kunodzivirira Zimbabwe. Apa ndo panotanga Zimbabwe Defense Forces kuita basa 1893.
On the 25th of October 1893 was the Battle of Shangani, which was fought by the Insukamini Regiment led by General Manyondwana Chabalala and the Insisa Regiment. They were defeated, leading to the death of many Ndebele warriors.
On the 25 October 1893 kwakarwa hondo yekutanga nemauto Insukamini Regiment neInsisa Regiment vachitungamirwa naGeneral Manyondwana Kubalo. Manyondwana Chabalala asi vakakurirwa pakafiwa nemauto mazhinji eNdebele Army.
Moving on to the 1st of November 1893 was the Battle of Gadade, which featured the following Ndebele regiments. From the Imbizo Regiment,
Inguo Regiment,
Ihlati Regiment,
Insisa Regiment,
and the Insukamini Regiment.
Again, vakakurirwa muswa 1 November 1893. The fall of Bembesi saw King Lobengula move northwards and burn his capital in Kobulawayo. On the 4th of November 1893, the settlers then raised the Union Jack in Kobulawayo, signaling the invasion of Matebeleland.
Ukuwa kwembembesi wenza uLobengula achise isigodlo lenqaba yakhe eqanse esiya enyakatho.
4 December 1893, the Battle of Pupu was fought, leading to the death of Captain Allen Wilson and 34 men. This was a major victory for the Ndebele Army under the leadership of General Muchana Kumar.
Mhlaka 4 Mpalakazi 1893 kwaba le Battle of Pupu yona eyaba inqaba enkulu emabuthweni awesindebeleni.
After the victory, King Lobengula moved northwards and was never to be seen again. In Ndebele they say, Inkosi Yanyamalala. The Shona and the Ndebele rose in 1896 to fight the white settlers in the first Chimurenga, or Umfazo II, led by spirit mediums like Mbuyane Anda,
Queen Lozike,
Sekuru Kaguvi,
Mkwati,
among as many others. Notable leaders in the first Chimurenga Umfazo II include Mambo Chingaira Makoni,
Mambo Mapondera,
Mambo Mashaya Mombe,
Mambo Chiwashira,
General Nyamanda,
General Somabulana,
General Shivolo, among as many others. Our ancestors were defeated and were executed on the 28th of April 1898. Vacharwi svikiro yamba yanehanda naagumburo shimba svikiro yakaguvi vakaurawa musi wa 28 April 1898. Vasati vafa muchembere vakati
ili nehanda nyakasikana mafupa angu achamuka.
Misoro yavo yakatorwa ikaenda kuEngland kwainova nezuva ranhasi.
Amakhanda abo athwalelwa eNgilandi njengemiklopelo yempi. After the defeat of the 1896-1897, the settlers then imposed tougher colonial legislature aimed at oppressing the black man.
The black Africans began to organize themselves to resist colonial rule by forming Pan-African movement parties. Numerous revolutionary movements were formed from 1914 up to 1972, with the notable ones being the Zimbabwe African People Union, ZAPU, of 1961 and ZANU of 1963. ZAPU had a military wing called the Department of Special Affairs, which was then transformed into the Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army in 1971.
We also have Zimbabwe African National Union, which had a military wing named Zimbabwe African National Liberation Army. Lapha sibona abantwana besikolo bekhalala bebaleka behamba besiya trainer bephenduka bengamazipra lamazandla.
vana vechikoro vakabuda nezvitsamu zvakawanda. Zvikoro zvatinyanyoziva ipapo is St. Albert's Mission
and Manama Mission.
Vana vachienda kunze vaitanga nepolitical orientation vochizoita the training.
Vakabva kuBotswana, vakapinda kuZambia, vakabva vachitengeza tauya nenyika, vakazingavati muzikune masikati.
Upon arrival from outside the country, the new recruits were subjected to security checks, political orientation before training. Upon entering Rhodesia, the revolutionary fighters would seek guidance from our traditional leaders and spirit mediums on the do's and don'ts in their tactical area of responsibilities.
Esibabona enkundleni esandleni sokudla sibona babuya betrain bengamazandla, esandleni sokunxele betrain bengamazipra. After the political orientation, babephenduka bezokulwa kodwa beqala bedlula emadlozini ethu.
Varwere sununguko vaisvikira kumasvikiro enyika nekumadzimambo vepowa mitemo avatinoona vachipinda ndo varwere sununguko vairarama sehove mvura, ivo vari hove ruzhinji ruri mvura. Vari kuona vasikana vari kuya nechikafu avo ndivana chimbwido vaita basa rekuya nechikafu nemvura. Vamuri kuona vari kumanya nemashoko ava ndivana muchibha chibhasikoro. Vamuri kuona vari kubikira ava ndivo vabereki vari kutakura nyere vachiuya mamwe mauto eZanla and Zipra forces.
Amabutho ethu ayephila njengenhlanzi phakathi kwamanzi. Sibona ukuqhakatheka kwesigaba, ochimbwido yibo babenika ukudla lamanzi, omujibha begijimisa izindaba.
Major operations were carried out by both Zanla and Zipra forces, including the Battle of Chinhoyi 1966,
the battles of Wange 1967,
Spolilo Campaign 1968,
attack on Autena Farm 1972,
attack on Grand Reef,
a bombing of fuel depots in Salisbury,
the Battle of Mavonde. The list is endless. Tinoona ma-Air Forces Zanla neZipra actually to the Lancaster House Constitutional Conference, which was held in London in 1979, which culminated into the 18th of April 1980. Muno Rufaro Stadium, do pakadzikiswa mureza wevarungu we-Union Jack tichisumudza mureza weZimbabwe muno Rufaro Stadium, 18 April 1980.
Mhlaka 18 April 1980 kuyonale inkundla yeRufaro sibona ukwehlisa kweflag iUnion Jack kuphakanyiswa lokukhwezwa eyethu eyeZimbabwe ngemva kokuthola ukuzibusa okugcweleyo.
It was not an easy road because Zanla and Zipra also suffered major setbacks during the armed struggle, which includes the attack on Nyadzonya,
Freedom Camp,
attack on Chimoyo,
attack on Mkushi,
Tembwe, amongst many others. There are also numerous mass graves in this country. A case in example is Chibondo in Mount Darwin,
Butcher Range in Rusape,
Kamungoma in Gutu, amongst many others. Uku ndokusumudzwa kwakaitwa mureza weZimbabwe muno muna 1980. Vamugabe vachibva vatora oath of office. Ngatinzwe vamugabe vachitaura.
I, Robert Gabriel Mugabe, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Zimbabwe and observe the laws of Zimbabwe. So help me God.
Zanla, Zebra and Rhodesian forces integrated after independence to form the new Zimbabwe National Army, with the current president, Comrade Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, overseeing the integration process. The new army was immediately faced with challenges as the security situation in Mozambique deteriorated. The Zimbabwe Defense Forces deployed in Mozambique in 1982 to protect the Beira corridor, consisting of the road, the rail, the pipeline, and to bring lasting peace to our neighbors in Mozambique. Numerous battles were fought in Mozambique, but today we will single out the exploits of our special forces and the 6th Brigade. All these efforts in Mozambique led to the capture of the Renamo stronghold in Gorongosa. Our Mautatribona Kamirida Zimbabwe Defense Forces kurwa kwayakaita munyika yeMozambique kubva muna 1982 kusvikira muna 1992.
The Zimbabwe Defense Force was called into action once again in 1998 up to 2002 in DRC and deployed on Operation Safeguard Legitimacy under the auspices of SADC. The campaign was carried out together with Angola and Namibia, enforcing SADC's principle: attack on one is an attack on all. Apart from the numerous battles fought in DRC, we also had a chance for social and cultural exchanges. Defense Force was deployed in various United Nations and African Union missions, including Angola, where the forces commander was the then Major General Philip Valerio Svanda, who is the current CDF. We also have Somalia,
Liberia,
Cote d'Ivoire,
amongst many others. These deployments have enabled us to meet our international obligations of international peace and United Nations Resolution 1325, which speaks to the inclusion of women in peace and support operations. The Zimbabwe Defense Forces is not all about fighting, as we have social interactions with communities within which we live. Today we are going to showcase sports in the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, beginning with football, where we gave you the greatest commentator in football, Captain Evans Mambara. We also have Black Rhinos Football Club, which produced the likes of Stanford Sticks Mutiswa, Stanley Sinyon Tunduma, Maronga the Bomba Nyangela, Chafet Mparotsa, Simon A.K. Mugabe, Lazarus Muhoni.
We also have Chapungu Football Club, which has notable players like Cain and Abel Muteji,
Nkulumo Donga Daitsaivamwe, Philip Marufu Bakosi, and Maxwell Marino Dube. We also had Black Rhinos Queens. Black Rhinos Queens are National League champions for 16 consecutive years. 16 consecutive years. Notable players include the late Rufaro Machingura, Immaculate Musipa, Talet Mantaza.
We also have the Chapungu Queens, where we have Rudo Neshamba, who is the current national team captain. We also have W2 Sibanda, who is the national team coach.
We have Black Rhinos Athletics, which has produced renowned athletes like Tendai Shimsasa and Tarakinyo. Mr. Strongman, Mr. Strongman. Black Rhinos Basketball.
We also have the Black Rhinos pool,
Black Rhinos tug of war,
Black Rhinos boxing,
Black Rhinos cricket,
Black Rhinos handball,
Black Rhinos rugby,
Black Rhinos netball,
Black Rhinos taekwondo,
Chapungu netball,
Black Rhinos golf, my gentlemen. Muka vamurikona vachipinda Black Rhinos golf mukatarisa uko kucity end kuna Mr. Strongman Zikali, Corporal Zikali achidhonza Scania musoro weGonyet Army School of Physical Training and Sports. Ndoma ngoma-sports atinoita muZimbabwe Defence Forces. Since liberation struggle, we've always survived like fish in water, with us being the fish and the masses being the water. The Zimbabwe Defence Forces continues to assist the masses in constructing social amenities within our societies. This year alone, the Zimbabwe Defence Forces has commissioned 7 projects, which include no emission in Murewa, construction of 1 by girls dormitory.
Gillingham Primary School in Zivarasekwa, construction of 1 by ECD block.
Batanai Government Primary School, Batanai Government Primary School in Mavugu, construction of 1 by ECD class block.
Warren Park 6 Primary School, construction of 1 by 8 rooms double story.
St. Michael's Secondary School in Mondoro, construction of boys hostel.
Camelot Secondary School in Kwekwe, construction of 1 by ablution facilities for girls.
Binga North, construction of 1 by Provincial Veterinary Office block. The Zimbabwe Defence Forces also carried out medical outreach programs this month in Mapisa and Bedbridge, Matabeleland South, aimed at removing over 300 eye cataracts and providing free medical care. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the history of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces and some of our numerous achievements. The Zimbabwe Defence Forces was established in 1994 and has been commanded by 3 commanders since then. General GVM Jinavashe 1994 to 2004, General CGDN Chiwenga 2004 to 2017, General P. Vishwanda 2017 to date. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces. Before you is the Defence Forces, joined by pupils from Nkomo Barracks High School and Churchill Boys High School Pipe Band. Today we have exhibited our history and ideology. As Thomas Sankara said, a soldier without any political and ideological training is a potential criminal. May I humbly invite you, Your Excellency, sir, to join everyone else here to sing the 8 points of attention. Nzira Zema Soldier. These were the points that guided the liberation fighters during the armed struggle and still guide us to this very date. Ndichakumbira nhandare yese tisumuke tiimbe nziyo inonzi nzira dzemasoja, nziyo yakaimbwa pakusunungura nyika ino, yaitiratidza mazvibatiro ataifanira kuita nemasanganiro ataifanira kuita neruzhinji rwevanhu kuti tungamira murumbo ndokudeedzai murwi werusununguko akaenda kuhondo 1975 comrade Tichatonga tinavo muamina nhasi vanonzi Colonel J Baza. Over to you.
Long live Zimbabwe! Long live! Long live our independence! Long live! Abasha imperialismo! Koninze razema soja tekosa badana zo terere demoya zainenzera zakanaka koninze zema soja tekosa badana zo terere raim demoya zainenzera zakanaka tezawa tora seno semasiero tozera leno sose saturwa como venge taure sinete kakoro sinjirwano okotema yenze se shaka chiuto patara Shamunotenga anenzera Zakanaka motoso Zenosose shamu shamune Matora patara Shamunotenga anenzera Zakanaka motoso Zenosose shamu shamune Matora tezawa tinotora seno jamasiero otosera jano sose saturwa como venge taurai sinete kakoro senge huevano okotema entonces shaka shaka kachi uto tezaye cheupo muhonda eshimuranga tezano vasongwa vatine tabata tezaye cheupo muhonda eshimuranga Vasongwa vatena Getabata tezawa Tinoto sheno Shemasiero Otosera Shinu sose shaturwa Kimurenge taurai Sekakoro Shinjirwe vano se sakana gachi uto ayande mashoko akata rakare onaibo vama ovachote zetse sa oyonde mashoko akata rakare onaibo Vama ovachote teza teza Namasiero Nusote satur Kumuvenge taura Sinete kakoro Chenjere no kotema Inzisi sakana nangachi uto. Long live Zimbabwe! Long live our independence! Abasha imperialism! Tatenda siyabonga! Hallelujah!
Ndopaperera chikamu ichi tikatoredu zvigaro
And yes, we continue with the 45th celebration of the National Defences Day. And of course, yes, we can't go without talking about everything to do with what you saw as an opening to our mass displays, which was the parachute display. And the parachuters themselves that flying in all the way and coming down with. We are here at the Rufaro Stadium. Thank you so much, Brian, for joining and staying with us from the sky to the ground. How are you feeling today, Brian?
The best word I can use is euphoria. It's the best feeling ever in life to be doing skydiving in Zimbabwe and to be joined with the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
Absolutely, and you are joined here by so many masses who have gotten to see you. But perhaps let me bring my attention to Colin. Colin, you were just so ready for TV and you're like, let me come through with my parachutes in full force.
Yeah, I was actually ready, but a bit of a delay in the stadium because there were too much events which were going on. But yeah, we managed to be on our slot and we landed very well.
And gentlemen, let's just talk about this as we close up our conversation. So many thousands of jumps between the two of you, so much experience and euphoria like you've said. How have you been able to continue to do this without fear or favor? I mean, look, it's not so easy jumping 8,000 feet. Perhaps let me start with you, Brian.
One thing I can say about skydiving is all about discipline. You should be very disciplined. There's only one rule in skydiving. Follow the rules and it will keep you safe from day one until the last day of skydiving.
Okay, and thank you so much, Brian. Colin, a little bit about your experience so far, what you're looking to do as a skydiver, perhaps taking it a step further or a notch further once you touch your 1,000 jumps.
Yeah, we're looking forward to be doing the World Championships. We have been applying and also seeking sponsorship from the corporate world, and also seeking sponsorship from our government so that they can sponsor us to do the World Championships. So we're looking forward to be doing the World Championships, whether it will be the international ones or the regional ones. We're ready.
Absolutely, and we look forward to having you raise the flag high for us Zimbabweans. Now, for our defense forces here on national television, gentlemen, I'm going to ask us to salute our heroes and, of course, salute you, all our defense forces. We say thank you so much for joining us on this special broadcast here on ZBC. Now, my name is Kurtley Gwinde. I've been joined here by Brian as well as Colin, who are astute skydivers who have joined us all the way from Manyama Air Base to here, Rufaro Stadium, where we're joined by the masses as well as Zimbabwe at large here on this special 45th Defense Forces Day. From us at the ZBC News and Current Affairs Desk, as well as all our friends who are here celebrating with us, it is a pleasant viewing. God bless Zimbabwe and God bless our paratroopers. Thank you.
It's a kilometer away from the perimeter fence of Manyame Air Force Base. Awo vatruona vane pipi rakanzi Air Force Police avo. Ndo mumwe wevanhu ari ku patrol team. Avo vatruona vakamira uko vanembwa iyo in a black and brown. Ndo vamwe vasho futi vari pa patrol team. Imbwa iyo yamukuona breed rasho rinonzi German Shepherd. Uyo handler anayo anonzi Master Sergeant Mungazi. Right, zviri kuitika manje apo tiri kuona kuti pane mukomana abva kunotenga apo zvinodhaka pamota apo. Ngakho ke sebembizile lapha madodha asembuza ukuthi kathi ndoda yini leyo ethweleyo okhanya inatha lapho ngoba ukhanya yabhija nje ukhamisa kuze kuvela isilakalaka. Right now they have sent a member of Air Force of Zimbabwe to go and buy those drugs as a way of confirming that surely that guy is a drug dealer. Siyabona ke bamthengisela laphana. Tiri kubona vari kumuzi ya ma drugs aliya. tiri kuona vakomana vari kufara kwazvo kuti business iri kufamba. Havasi kuziva kuti uyo angauya uyo angatouya kuti mufaro wavo umboti mirei uyo wekushandisa madrugs zvisiri izvo. Right now they are going with a sniffer dog to search that vehicle. Siyabona ke baba leka lapana vari kutiza vakomana vanga vazara mota muya but pane wana neraro naro anonzi Mdlazoli uyu. Tiriona ndiyasara mota make muya ameno kuti akathembei. Khanyi isiqholo ke le ndoda ukuthi kukhona kuthembileyo. As we can see, they are now offloading the vehicle so that they will search each and every bag or box that is in that vehicle so that they will confirm using a sniffer dog that these guys, they do possess drugs and they are drug dealers. Idzimba idzi dzakatrainwa dzemhando yepamusoro-soro zvekuti ukatoshamira iyo yagara iyo izvo zvikuratidza kuti ipapo pane madrugs. That is how a dog and a handler communicate. Mukuona chisaka chasimudzwa icho madrugs ayo haigariri nhema imbwa iyoyo. Vensalichela ukuthi izinja lezi ke zithena kwezinga eliphezulu. Kwakhala umbhobho laphana futhi yarirapha. One of the patrol team have been shot by the drug dealer. As we can see, there are smoke screening there so that they will go to a safe place where a troop medic will going to attend to the casualty. Siyabona ke laphana sebesiya lapho kuvikeleke khona ukuthi troop medic laphana akwanisa ukuthi anakekele laphana lwana olimeleyo. Ngakho ke ngasikhathi sinye babize i-reinforcement. They've called a reinforcement. The reinforcement will come by a Alloy 3 helicopter. Lwana ke siyambona laphana uthi senqobile. That guy, he thinks everything is over since he have shot one of those soldiers. He is now trying to recover his stuff. As he is trying to do that, the reinforcement is approaching. Tichaona kuti zichapera sei. Vakomana vari kututa paya vari kuendesa pabhesi ravo iro. Sezwe mota yanga njema vapatuzi. Saibona ke indege iyehla laphana le reinforcement. In that aircraft, there is one by riflemen and 2 by dog handlers with attacker dogs. We can see the drug dealer there. He is taking a prone position so that he will deal with those members of Air Force of Zimbabwe who are trying to deprive him of his drugs and disturb his drug dealing business. Ngakho ke siyabona ke leyi indizamtshina ehla lapha ilebutho ke elinobhobho elilodwa ingathi ke lamabutho amabili alezinja zokuhlasela. Tribona ajamba rifleman barbaya kuthakwanisa ukuthi that man is trying to run away there, but with that he will never escape. As you can see, that black dog, the Rottweiler, they've got him. He was confused. He didn't even know where to run to because he wasn't expecting to see an attack from a dog. That black dog is called the Rottweiler with Sergeant Juven, and that brown dog is called the Richmond with that Sergeant Muchinako. Abo tiwona mkwemana abatoyo varikufunza varikusecha homa izo varikutaura tatarima yamwe madrugs iko kwamba vamkuva kekatesi sevakuyenda naye moteni yake lapano. Now going back to his vehicle, yes, the aircraft is now taking off with the casualties so that he will be attended to Miami Air Force Base Hospital. Those members of the patrol team, they are now taking the drug dealer, escorting him to Zimbabwe Republic Police. They will hand over all the drugs and the drug dealer himself. Kuchukuti ke kathesi sibona sebemxhasa ke lo thengisa izidakamizwa balukuyinkaye ku Zimbabwe Republic Police angwa muntoyu asungwa munuyu. These men have been arrested. Therefore, when they escort him to Zimbabwe Republic Police, the Air Force of Zimbabwe K9 section have done its duty. The Zimbabwe Republic Police will take it from there. Ngakho ke siyabona laphana sebesiza ke ukuzobonga ithuba lela baliphiweyo ukuthi batshengise imisebenzi esiyenza ngesikhathi sokuthula esikuthi peace time. Tatenda twalumba kyalebuha inkosi siyabonga mururu neburitsoko.
This marks the end of our morning and early afternoon program. May we all rise as we witness His Excellency and his entourage take leave.
As we witness there, the high table, the president, the vice president, and dignitaries getting up from their vantage points and moving themselves out of the Rufaro Stadium, Tagawira. Brilliant displays.
ye mule Zimbabwe hayi imicimbi yakhona ithokozisa ibijabulisa ibimangalisa ibikhanga kulithemba lethu bana likholisile ngakhona ngapha ngasemakhaya ngathi mina umkhosi namhlanje awukapheli lokho uqhubekela phambili khona lapha enkundleni Rufaro okwenzakalayo nje ukuthi umongameli uComrade Jim Mnangagwa usephuma ke hamba kodwa ke imicimbi yokulibala sawuzulu iyaqhubekela phambili abantu ngwashiona zvidobidobi nezvidawu zvimauto kaizvi takachona panapa zva gore rinozvimtsauko ngativuma advaya kuti gore rinozvimtsauko
definitely refreshing displays. The crowd was on its feet full time, showing the dedication and excellence that we find from the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
Mutambo weZimbabwe tinokutora mukana wekuti kuoneke dzimba ikoko mutambo wenhabvu uchazoya pakati peZDF Select yemuno muZimbabwe pamwe chete nemauto ekuZambia asi pari zvino tokuoneka ichiti tisarai rangu zita rinonzi Takawira Dhururu ndichionekera zvakare naadmaya Mungu wandanga ndinaye musare zvakanaka.
Good day.
Thank you so much there to Admire Mungu and Takawira Dhururu for giving us the live updates from the Rufaro Stadium 45th celebrations of our defense forces. Truly capped off in style with the appreciation of the history that has contributed towards Zimbabwe's armed forces, and also, of course, appreciating the displays that were extended to the skies courtesy of ZBC News and Current Affairs. We will ensure to implore to give you more of this level of broadcasting during the course of our live presentations. That's it from now. Pleasant viewing.
Current Affairs, your window into Zimbabwe, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Join us for unscripted live events, state functions, parliamentary debates, independence, heroes, and defense forces celebrations, and many more. We are committed to telling the unbiased Zimbabwean story, giving you unfettered access to the latest news and developments shaping our nation. From the streets of Harare to the world stage, Current Affairs brings you the stories that matter most to Zimbabweans. Don't miss out on our in-depth coverage of local and international issues, expert analysis, and thought-provoking discussions. ZBC Current Affairs, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Stay informed, stay engaged, and stay ahead.
It's fireworks, it's electric, it's the Heroes and Defense Forces music show happening at Kujeke Grounds, Wedza Growth Point on the 12th of August 2025. Pungwe! The Gala Music Show is proudly brought to you by the Ministry of Information and Publicity. Brace yourselves for live music performances from Andy Morizo, Mark Ngwazi, Chief Wenje, Matthias Mere, Chantel Stole, Jar Master, Clemens Magwaza, James Marabini, Mechanic Manyuruke, Enzo Aishao, Samuel Mutambi, ZPC Band, Chillspot Family, and many more. The show will be broadcast live on your voice, your choice, ZBC TV from 2100 hours till the following morning, lest we forget.
Chapundo yava heroes. Kwatiri.
Pakurwa kana asikapakurwa tainge tine gamba rairo.
Takanzwa kwei chapunguya wadova pai pataundishipi pedu. Nenguva isipi takahodanidzira goga goga munhu wose uya utore goga.
John, come. We have killed Chapungu.
Hamuna mbona bhunu rakafara. Isu takaribona.
Paruoko ndakakuwara, ndakaluza this finger.
ndikaita fracture yeradius apa negomba rimwe rakanga riri pafinga apa.
Tabva tarongawo nevamwe vana vechikoro tabva tiri 7 bva tafunga kuti takunojoina chimurenga.
Komre Chapungu vakaona kuti apa nemutemo yedu yechiuto vakatoziva kuti mhosva yavapara iyi yanga iri mhosva hombe.
Watumwa na Nico. When you leave the team, it means you have decided to join the enemy.
To the majority of the masses in Berengwa, Chapungu was an exemplary, courageous Zanla fighter. But to other comrades, Chapungu was no more than a roving rebel.
Bandiri ya tiende mwana wero